Welcome to another Vixa Vaughn romance audiobook. We're excited to have you join us. Whether you're into second chance romance, enemies to lovers, fake marriage, or any other trope, Vixa Vaughn offers you the chance to escape into stories that will carry you away into heart-pounding romance and gripping characters. While we want to get you the full experience, some parts of this audiobook are abridged to stay abreast of YouTube's community guidelines. If you want the full experience, you can always head to Vixa Vaughn Romance and use code VIXA40 to get the unabridged version of this audiobook for 40% off. Now sit back and enjoy the show.
Chapter 1. Ayessa. The projection on the conference room wall is a sea of bad data disguised as holiday cheer. Little cartoon reindeer prance across the top of a bar graph showing wildly optimistic Q4 projections. I feel a headache bloom behind my right eye. A familiar, unwelcome guest. Mark from Junior Analytics is pointing a red laser at the screen. His festive crimson tie, a violent slash against his crisp white shirt. It's the kind of red that belongs on a cheap Santa hat, and I hate it on principle. As you can see, he chirps, his voice brimming with the unearned confidence of a 25-year-old who has never had his professional soul crushed. The engagement metrics for our new Joyful Giver FinTech initiative are projected to triple by Christmas week. Joyful Giver. Of course, that's what they called it. I take a slow, deliberate sip of my water, the condensation on the glass cold against my fingertips. The entire room is holding its breath, waiting for my verdict. They know better than to celebrate until I've signed off. Mark, I begin, my voice cutting through the stale, recycled air. I let the silence hang for a beat, watching him swallow. Go back 2 slides. He fumbles with the clicker. The screen changes to a dense spreadsheet. I don't need to look at it for more than a second. The numbers are already seared into my brain from my 3 a.m. review session. Your churn rate calculation, I state, keeping my tone level, devoid of emotion. Explain it to me. It's the standard model, he stammers. The laser dot now trembling against a cell showing a laughably low attrition figure. We factored in initial user drop-off. You factored in what you wanted to see, I counter, leaning forward just enough to make my point. You ignored the seasonal attrition from our beta user group in the Southern Hemisphere pilot program, the one from last July. It was their winter. You have the data. You chose not to use it. I adjust my glasses, sliding them up the bridge of my nose with my middle finger, a habit I know my subordinates have assigned all sorts of meaning to. They're not wrong. Your algorithm is overweighting impulse signups driven by holiday marketing. It's not just optimistic, Mark. It's fiction. And we don't sell fiction here. The color drains from his face. The festive red of his tie now seems to be actively mocking him. I can rerun the numbers. You will, I confirm. And next time, you'll present a strategy based on reality, not on a Christmas wish list. This meeting is over. The room deflates. Laptop snaps shut. Chairs scrape against the floor. A collective sigh of released tension and quiet resentment follows me as I stand and walk toward the door. No one meets my eye, just the way I like it. My executive assistant, Evelyn, falls into step with me as we walk down the glass-walled hallway. She's the only one who seems immune to my particular brand of frost. That was a bloodbath, she says, her voice low and laced with something that sounds dangerously like amusement. It was a necessary correction, I reply, my gaze fixed on the floor-to-ceiling window at the end of the hall that frames the glittering New York City skyline. You know, for a second there I thought you were going to let the reindeer slide. The reindeer were irrelevant. The math was insulting. She hands me my tablet, the screen already open to my afternoon schedule. Your father called. Again. A muscle in my jaw tightens. Did he leave a message? The usual. Just calling to see if my favorite CEO has time for her old man. Said he'd try back in an hour. Block out my 3 o'clock, I tell her, not breaking stride. I'll handle it. Ayessa, she says, and her tone softens, shifting from efficient assistant to concerned friend, a line she knows she's only allowed to cross once a quarter. It's almost Christmas. I'm aware of the date, Evelyn. Thank you. Back in the sanctuary of my corner office, I sink into my leather chair. My space is minimalist, all clean lines and monochromatic shades of gray and black. There is not a single personal photo, not a sentimental knickknack. It's a fortress, a sterile, quiet, and blessedly non-festive fortress. The city glitters below, already draped in its holiday finest. Strings of white lights wrap around distant skyscrapers, and from 40 floors up, the traffic on the streets looks like a river of red and green jewels. It's a beautiful lie. My phone buzzes on the desk. The screen flashes. William Brown. I let it buzz 3 times before I finally give in, pressing the speakerphone button. Ayessa Brown. There she is. My favorite CEO. My father's voice booms, too loud, too cheerful. It's his holiday voice. I brace myself. Father, I'm in the middle of Q4 analysis. A lie. My desk is clear. Always working. I swear you'll merge with that company one day. Just wanted to see if you'd reconsider my offer. Christmas Eve, your mother's favorite roast, those little potatoes you love, a roaring fire. The mention of my mother is a low blow. He knows it. My Q4 deliverable schedule is quite demanding, as you know, I say. The corporate jargon a welcome shield. Perhaps in the new year. The new year? He scoffs, the forced cheer finally cracking. Ayessa, it's been 5 years. 5 Christmases. Your mother would have... Please don't. I cut him off, my voice dropping. The air in the room suddenly feels thin. Don't use her to try and manipulate me? Is that what you think this is? Manipulation? He sounds genuinely hurt, which only makes me angrier. I want to see my daughter. I miss you. I'm right here. We had dinner 2 weeks ago. We had a business meeting where you critiqued the restaurant's quarterly earnings report over dessert. He retorts. That's not the same thing, and you know it. I close my eyes, pinching the bridge of my nose where the headache is now a full-blown siege. I can't. Okay. I can't do Christmas. The silence at the opposite end of the line is heavy, filled with 5 years of unspoken grief and frustration. When he speaks again, his tone has shifted. The cheerful dad is gone, replaced by the shrewd businessman who built a global empire from nothing. All right, Ayessa. Let's drop the pretense. My eyes snap open. I sit up straighter. What pretense? I just got off a call with the board, he says. His voice now calm, strategic. My blood runs cold. He still holds a 30% stake and a non-executive seat. A powerful seat. We've been reviewing your performance reports. Your work hours, your lack of vacation time. We're all concerned. Concerned? My division's profits are up 17% year over year. The board is thrilled. We are. We're also concerned our top asset is heading for a catastrophic burnout. So, we held a vote. The room feels like it's tilting. A vote about what? Your health and wellness, he says. And I can hear the infuriating, checkmate satisfaction in his voice. The board has unanimously mandated a 1-month, paid wellness sabbatical, effective immediately. I'm on my feet now, pacing the length of my office. You can't be serious. You can't force me to take a vacation. That's not how it works. It is when it's a board directive for a key executive. It's in your contract, Clause 14, Subsection B. You wrote it yourself. The fury that rises in me is hot and swift. He used my own weapon, my own meticulous, airtight logic against me. I feel the walls of my fortress crumbling. Where? I bite out, my hand gripping the edge of my desk, so hard my knuckles are white. A beautiful little place upstate, Serenity Villa, all-inclusive, 5-star chefs, spa, yoga, crisp mountain air. Your flight is booked for tomorrow morning. A car will be at your apartment at 6 a.m., Serenity Villa. It sounds like a prison sentence, a Yuletide-themed nightmare. I won't go, I growl. Then the board will be forced to place you on temporary leave and instate an interim CEO until you comply. Don't make this messy, Ayessa. He sighs, and for a fleeting moment, he sounds like my father again. I'm not losing you to that corner office. I'm not letting you erase yourself. I want my daughter back. The line clicks dead. I stand there, phone in hand, the dial tone a shrill, mocking scream in the silent office. I've been outmaneuvered, cornered, by my own father, using my own rules. Slowly, I walk to the massive window. The city is a dazzling spectacle of holiday cheer. Red bows on every lamppost, glittering lights on every building, a dusting of snow starting to fall. It's the backdrop to everyone else's joy, and for me, it's the wallpaper of my own personal hell. My fingers, trembling with a rage I haven't felt in years, drift up to my left temple. They find the tiny faded scar there, a sliver of tissue that's smoother than the rest of my skin, a permanent reminder of the day everything broke. A month trapped in a snow globe of manufactured joy, with no work to hide behind, no data to analyze, no firewalls to protect me. It's not a retreat, it's a cage, and I'm about to be locked inside.
Chapter 2. Spence. The brochure in my hands is glossy, full of smiling, multi-ethnic people living their best lives. It promises a future. The paper is slick and flimsy, just like the promise. I fold it in half, then in half again, until it's a thick, useless square. Across the desk, a woman with kind eyes and a name tag that reads, Deborah, gives me a practiced, sympathetic smile. I really am sorry, Mr. Taylor. Your profile is a strong match for the trial, but the ancillary costs. The insurance provider has flagged them as experimental. Ancillary costs, I repeat, the words tasting like ash. It's such a gentle, bureaucratic phrase for the mountain of expenses that stands between me and a functioning brain. So, the life-saving part is covered, just not the parts that, support the saving of the life. A flicker of genuine frustration crosses her face before being smoothed over by professionalism. It's a frustrating system. The pharmaceutical sponsor covers the drug itself, but the associated scans, the hospital stays, the consultation, it adds up. It adds up to a number with 6 figures. A number I might as well try to pull from the moon. So, what are my options? I ask, even though I already know the answer. I've been asking that question for 3 months, in a series of beige rooms just like this one. Deborah's gaze softens. There are other programs, payment plans. We can look at... No, it's all right, I interrupt, pushing myself to my feet. My legs feel unsteady. Thank you for your time, Deborah. Spence, she calls out as I reach the door. Don't give up. Her kindness is a punch to the gut. I give her a weak smile that doesn't reach my eyes and step out into the hallway. The institutional green of the walls feels like it's closing in, the air thick with the smell of antiseptic and quiet despair. I need to get out of here. Halfway to the elevators, it hits. It starts not as a pain, but as a pressure, a deep thrumming behind my left eye. The fluorescent lights overhead buzz, the sound drilling directly into my skull. I brace myself against the wall, my palm flat against the cool, painted surface. My vision tunnels for a second, the edges blurring into a dark vignette. I squeeze my eyes shut, focusing on my breath. In through the nose, out through the mouth. The mantra of 1,000 failed auditions. It doesn't help. A faint metallic taste floods my tongue. I have to hide it. The first rule of the chronically ill: never let them see you stumble. It invites pity, and pity is just a different kind of cage. My phone vibrates in my pocket, a harsh buzz against my thigh. I fumble for it, my fingers clumsy. An unknown number, a Manhattan area code, probably a debt collector. They've been getting creative. I almost ignore it, but some instinct makes me swipe to answer. Hello? My voice is rougher than I intend. Is this Spence Taylor? The woman on the other end is all business. Her voice is crisp, efficient, and dripping with the kind of wealth that doesn't have to worry about ancillary costs. It is. Who is this? My name is Amelia Pear. I'm the executive assistant to William Brown. Mr. Brown would like to request a meeting with you. This afternoon, if possible. William Brown. The name rings a distant bell. A titan of industry. A guy whose net worth is probably higher than the GDP of a small country. A meeting about what? I think you have the wrong person. I'm an actor, not a banker. Mr. Brown is aware of your profession. It is, in fact, why he's reaching out. He has an unconventional acting role he'd like to discuss with you. He is prepared to be very generous regarding compensation. Unconventional acting role. Is this a prank? Or one of those weird billionaire things you read about online? I run a hand through my hair, the pressure in my head receding slightly, replaced by a profound sense of confusion. I'm not really in the market for... The meeting is at the Onyx Club at 4 p.m. She cuts me off, her tone leaving no room for argument. Mr. Brown will cover your travel and your time, regardless of the outcome. Will you be there, Mr. Taylor? Generous compensation, an unconventional role. My bank account is a joke. My medical bills are a tragedy. My brain is a ticking time bomb. Yeah, I heard myself say, the word coming out on a breath of pure, unadulterated desperation. I'll be there. The Onyx Club looks exactly like you'd expect. Dark wood paneling, the scent of old leather and expensive whiskey, and the kind of quiet that costs a fortune to maintain. I feel like an imposter in my worn jeans and my best and only blazer. William Brown is sitting in a deep leather armchair by a fireplace that's roaring despite the mild autumn afternoon. He's older, with a shock of silver hair and eyes that hold a sharp, assessing intelligence. They're also tired. Deeply tired. Mr. Taylor. Thank you for coming, he greets me, gesturing to the chair opposite him without standing. Drink? Water is fine. He waves a hand and a waiter appears out of thin air to take the order. I'll get straight to the point, William begins, his gaze direct and unnerving. I solve problems. It's what I've done my entire life. And right now, my daughter is a problem. I shift in my seat. She's a person, not a quarterly report. The words are out of my mouth before I can stop them. Great start, Spence. Antagonize the billionaire who might be your only hope. A ghost of a smile touches his lips. You're right. She's a person, a brilliant, fierce, incredible person who is slowly turning to stone. And I'm hiring you to be the chisel. He slides a tablet across the polished wood table. The screen lights up with a photo. It's a woman in her early 20s, dark skin glowing, coily black hair, a wild, beautiful halo around her head. She's on a beach laughing, a full-throated, head-thrown-back laugh of pure, unadulterated joy. She's breathtaking. This is my daughter, Ayessa. 5 years ago, he swipes and a new image appears. It's a corporate headshot. The same woman, but all the light has gone out of her eyes. Her hair is pulled back in a severe professional knot. Her expression is a mask of cool, impenetrable control. She's still beautiful, but it's the beauty of a flawless marble statue. This is her now, William says, his voice thick with a grief that feels raw and immediate. 5 years ago, on Christmas Eve, her fiancé was killed in a car accident. Since then, she's built a fortress around herself. She works, that's it. She doesn't laugh, she doesn't date, she doesn't live, she just functions. And she despises Christmas. It's a ghost in our house. I stare at the two photos, the chasm between the laughing girl and the cold executive feeling impossibly wide. What does this have to do with me? I have arranged for her to spend the next month, from tomorrow until Christmas Day, at a wellness retreat upstate. Serenity Villa, he explains. And I want you to be there. I want you to meet her. I want you to get through to her. I want you to make her feel something again. It takes me a second to process. You want me to romance your grieving daughter? As a job? The absurdity of it is staggering. That's insane. It's deceptive. It's cruel. Is it? He challenges, leaning forward. Is it crueler than watching her slowly fade away? I've tried everything, Mr. Taylor. Therapists, vacations, interventions. She's shut me out completely. She needs a catalyst. Someone with no connection to her past. Someone who can get past her defenses. He picks up a folder from the table beside him. I've read your file. You're a classically trained stage actor. You specialize in character work. You understand nuance. And according to my sources, you're in a difficult financial position. The mention of my finances feels like a violation. My desperation is now a line item on his agenda. So you're hiring me to play the part of the perfect boyfriend? I'm hiring you to make my daughter laugh again, he corrects, his voice cracking with emotion. I want you to get her to a place where she can believe in happiness again. I want her to feel safe enough to maybe, just maybe, fall in love. By Christmas Day, that's your role. I should stand up. I should walk out of this ridiculous, morally bankrupt meeting. This is the kind of thing that happens in bad movies, not real life. It's a monstrous manipulation of a woman's grief. But the pressure behind my eye is a dull, constant reminder of my reality. The word ancillary echoes in my head. William slides the folder across the table. It's a contract. What's the compensation? I ask, my voice feeling like it belongs to someone else. He names a number. It's a staggering amount. More money than I've ever seen in my life. It's enough to cover the surgery, the hospital stay, the aftercare, all of it. It's enough to buy me a future. I open the folder. The legal jargon swims before my eyes, but the number at the bottom is crystal clear. It's the price of my life. And the cost is my integrity. My soul. I look from the contract to the tablet, at the picture of the woman with the brilliant, joyful laugh. I would be lying to her, building a connection on a foundation of pure deception, all to save myself. It's the most monstrous role I've ever been offered. William watches me, his tired eyes pleading. He's not a villain. He's just a father, as desperate in his own way as I am in mine. My morality versus my mortality. It's not much of a fight. Okay, I whisper, the word of betrayal to everything I thought I stood for. I slide the folder back to him. I'll do it. He nods, a wave of profound relief washing over his face. He doesn't smile. This isn't a victory for either of us. It's just a deal. I walk out of the Onyx Club 20 minutes later, a signed copy of the contract in my jacket pocket. It feels heavier than a brick. The crisp afternoon air does nothing to clear my head. I've just agreed to deceive a grieving woman in exchange for my life. Pulling out my phone, I do what I should have done before. I search her name. Ayessa Brown, CEO of Brown Innovations. Her professional headshot fills my screen, the same cold, controlled expression from her father's tablet. She looks formidable, untouchable, a queen in her ice palace. And I'm the jester, the hired fool, about to show up at her door with a practiced smile and a heart full of lies. My mission is to melt the ice. But as I stare at her picture, a terrifying thought takes root. What if, in trying to save myself, I end up shattering what's left of her?
Chapter 3. Ayessa. The Blacktown car crunches to a halt on a gravel driveway that seems to be dusted with powdered sugar. Outside my window, Serenity Villa rises from the snow-dusted landscape like something coughed up by a department store Christmas catalog. It's all warm-toned timber and stone, with massive windows glowing with golden light and wreaths the size of truck tires hanging on every conceivable surface. The sound of distant sleigh bells is, I swear to God, actually tinkling in the air. My driver, a silent man named Arthur, who respected my need for absolute quiet for the entire 3-hour drive, opens my door. The air that hits me is cold, crisp, and aggressively scented with pine. I feel an immediate primal urge to tell him to turn the car around and drive back to the city. Consequences be damned. Before I can act on the impulse, the grand oak doors of the villa swing open. A young man with a smile bright enough to cause a power outage bounds down the steps. He's wearing a forest green polo shirt with a tasteful embroidered snowflake on the chest. "Welcome to Serenity Villa, Ms. Brown," he exclaims, his voice radiating a level of sincerity that has to be professionally trained. "We are so thrilled to have you with us. I'm Josh, your guest liaison." "Thank you," I reply, my tone flat. I extend a hand and my handshake is firm, brief. A business transaction. "I have a reservation." "We've been expecting you." Josh's smile doesn't waver. He snaps his fingers, and a bellhop materializes to handle my luggage. "Right this way. Let's get you checked in and settled. I hope you're ready to unplug, unwind, and embrace the magic of the season." Embrace the magic. I nearly choke. He leads me inside. If the exterior was a suggestion of Christmas, the interior is a full-blown assault. A towering fir tree, dripping with white lights and crimson ornaments, dominates the center of the Grand Lodge. A fire crackles in a stone fireplace, large enough to stand in. A palpable sense with the cloying scent of cinnamon, cloves, and something that smells like baking gingerbread. On a plush sofa, a couple is wrapped in a cashmere blanket, sipping from mugs and staring into each other's eyes. I look at them and my brain immediately runs a risk assessment. Emotional over-leveraging, high probability of future loss. A foolish investment. They think their little bubble is shatterproof. They're wrong. Data doesn't lie. Feelings do. "The hot cocoa bar is to your left, open 24/7, Josh chirps, pointing. "And the schedule for today's wellness activities is on the board. This afternoon, we have guided snowshoeing, followed by couples wreath-making at 4. "I'll be working," I state, stopping at the gleaming wooden check-in desk. I refuse to be swept along in his tide of festive cheer. "Is the Ethernet connection in the suite stable?" "I require a minimum of 1 gigabit per second for secure video conferencing." Josh blinks, the smile finally faltering for a microsecond. "Ah, yes. Our Wi-Fi is top of the line. Most of our guests prefer to disconnect, but we can certainly accommodate." "I'm not most guests." I place my AMEX on the counter. I require a quiet suite, preferably in a low-traffic wing. And I'd like to opt out of any and all scheduled activities. Please remove me from the relevant mailing lists and notification systems. The woman behind the desk, whose name tag reads Holly, of course it does, shares a look with Josh. I can read their thoughts as clearly as a balance sheet. Difficult one, high maintenance, here against her will. "Of course, Ms. Brown," Holly says, her own smile a little more strained than Josh's. "We have you in the Starlight Suite. It's one of our most private accommodations. King-sized bed, fireplace, and a private balcony with a view of the mountains. As long as it has a desk," I reply, taking my key card. Josh recovers his chipper demeanor. Allow me to show you the way. He leads me through the lodge, past a family decorating sugar cookies and a group of people singing off-key carols around a piano. All that noise, all that messy, unpredictable, inefficient emotion. I feel like an anthropologist observing a strange and baffling tribe. My world is one of clean data sets, predictable outcomes, and controlled variables. This place is the opposite of all of that. We arrive at a heavy wooden door at the end of a quiet hallway. Josh swipes the key card, and the door swings open into my gilded cage. The suite is objectively stunning. I'll give my father that. The ceiling is vaulted, with exposed wooden beams. A fire is already lit in the stone fireplace. The bed is a mountain of white pillows and plush throws. French doors lead out to a balcony that does, in fact, have a spectacular view of the snow-covered mountains. The problem is, it's all so cozy. The colors are warm caramels and deep cranberries. There's a ridiculous bowl of pine cones on the coffee table and a welcome basket filled with artisanal chocolates shaped like snowflakes. It's a room designed for relaxation, for connection, for romance. It's designed to disarm me. The spa is downstairs, and dinner service begins at 7 in the main dining room. Josh says from the doorway, "Is there anything else I can get for you, Miss Brown? A glass of mulled wine, perhaps?" "No, thank you, Josh." That will be all. I walked away, a clear dismissal. I hear the door click shut, and finally, I can breathe. The silence is a balm. I walk through the suite, my heels sinking into the ridiculously thick rug. I run a hand over the smooth, cool surface of the wooden desk near the window. This will do. My luggage arrives, and I direct the bellhop to leave it by the closet before tipping him. Once I'm alone again, I begin my routine, my ritual for taking control of a foreign space. I open my largest suitcase and begin to unpack. One by one, I hang my clothes in the cavernous closet. Black power suits, gray silk blouses, white cashmere sweaters, a row of charcoal-colored trousers. The stark monochromatic palette is a stark rebellion against the room's oppressive warmth. Next, I approach the desk. I sweep the small decorative bowl of pine cones onto the coffee table. The box of chocolates goes into a drawer, forgotten. I methodically unpack my work supplies. My sleek silver laptop, a portable second monitor, a stack of financial reports bound in neat black folders, a charging station for my phone and tablet. Within 10 minutes, I have transformed the cozy little writing nook into a fully functional sterile command center. My fortress within the fortress. I sit down, the leather of the desk chair cool against my skin. I power up my laptop, the familiar chime a comforting sound. I can do this. I can survive a month of this. I have my work. I have my routine. I can build my walls high enough that none of their mandatory fun can get through. Satisfied, I glance out the window. And that's when I see it. A single fat, perfect snowflake drifts down and lands on the balcony railing. Then another, and another. Within moments, the air is full of them. A silent, swirling curtain of white. It's the kind of picturesque, movie-perfect snow that people write songs about. The kind that makes children press their faces to the window pane and couples curl up closer by the fire. I just stare, my hands frozen on my keyboard. They've thought of everything. The scent, the sounds, the sights. A perfectly engineered holiday fantasy designed to break down every defense. My fingers find their way to my temple, tracing the faint, smooth line of the scar there. This isn't just a retreat. It's a relentless assault on my memories, a full frontal attack on the fortress I've spent 5 years building. Through the increasingly thick snow, I see a figure walking on one of the paths below. A man, tall and broad-shouldered, his head bent against the wind. He's just a silhouette, another guest, another stranger. But his presence feels like an intrusion, another unpredictable variable in my carefully controlled equation. Great. Company. I am well and truly trapped.
Chapter 4. Spends. The Uber, a 10-year-old Prius that smelled faintly of stale fast food and air freshener, drops me at the edge of the grand circular driveway. The valet, a kid who can't be more than 20, gives my single worn canvas duffel bag a look of deep suspicion before plastering on a professional smile. I can see the question in his eyes. Did this guy take a wrong turn? "Welcome to Serenity Villa," he says, his voice a little too bright. "Just the one bag?" "Just the one," I confirm with a smile I hope reads as eccentric artist and not guy who can't afford a second bag. I'm traveling light. He doesn't look convinced, but he takes the duffel from me like it might contain something contagious and scurries off. I stand for a moment, letting the sheer, unapologetic luxury of the place wash over me. It's exactly as William described. The set design is impeccable, a perfect caricature of a winter wonderland. I feel a familiar pre-show jitteriness in my stomach, the same feeling I get standing in the wings before a curtain goes up. This is my stage. I push open the heavy oak doors and step inside. The air is warm and thick with the scent of pine and cinnamon, a calculated assault on the senses designed to soothe and charm. It works. For a second, I almost forget I'm a complete fraud. The woman at the check-in desk, Holly, gives me a warm, genuine smile, a stark contrast to the strained one Ayessa apparently earned. "Good afternoon, welcome to Serenity Villa. Checking in?" "Spence Taylor," I offer, leaning against the counter. "I believe you have a reservation for me." Her fingers fly across the keyboard. "Ah, yes, Mr. Taylor. We have you in one of our woodland suites. It's lovely, very quiet, with a wonderful view of the birch forest." "Sounds perfect," I say. "Is the coffee here as good as it smells?" Her smile widens. "Even better. The cocoa is the real star, though. Don't leave without trying it. That's a promise I'm willing to make. The entire exchange takes less than 2 minutes. It's easy. I'm playing the part of a friendly, relaxed guest, a role I could perform in my sleep. But the whole time my eyes are scanning the Grand Lodge behind her. My real work hasn't started yet. I'm casing the joint, observing the cast of characters. After I get my keycard, I bypass the elevators for now. I think I'll grab that coffee first, if you don't mind." "Of course." The barista bar is just past the fireplace. I find a wingback chair tucked away in a corner, partially obscured by a ridiculously large potted poinsettia. It's the perfect vantage point, an actor's perch. From here I can see most of the room. I take a sip of coffee. She was right, it's incredible. And I begin my work. The process. I don't just look, I observe. I see the happy couples. Their body language open and intertwined. The families with kids. A chaotic swirl of energy. These are the extras. Their background. I'm looking for my scene partner. I'm looking for the lead. I'm not looking for the laughing woman from the photograph. William made that clear. That woman doesn't exist right now. I'm looking for her opposite. I'm looking for the stillness in a room full of motion. The silence in a room full of laughter. I'm looking for tension. And then I see her. She's sitting alone in an armchair that looks too big and comfortable for her rigid posture. She's exactly as she appeared in the corporate headshot. But in 3 dimensions, the effect is even more pronounced. She's a study in sharp angles and expensive, severe fabrics. A dark gray cashmere sweater, black trousers tailored to perfection. Her hair is pulled back so tightly I can almost feel the strain. She's holding a phone in front of her face, and it's not just a screen. It's a shield. A declaration. A wall of glass and circuitry that says, "Do not approach." A waiter, young and eager, makes the mistake of approaching. I lean forward slightly, my instincts on high alert. This is my first chance to see her in action. "Can I get you something from the bar, ma'am?" The waiter asks, his tone friendly. "A hot toddy, perhaps?" "It's our special." Ayessa doesn't look up from her phone. "Black coffee," Her voice is quiet, but it cuts through the ambient chatter like a shard of ice. "Of course," he chirps, undeterred. "Cream or, Did I say cream?" This time she looks up. Her eyes, magnified slightly by stylish, thick-rimmed glasses, are cold and dismissive. The question is a weapon. The poor kid physically flinches, his friendly smile dissolving. "No, of course. Black coffee." Right away, he practically flees. I let out a slow breath. Okay, so that's the character. Direct, efficient, allergic to pleasantries. Her time is a valuable commodity, and she views small talk as a hostile takeover attempt. Noted. I pulled the small, worn sketchbook and a charcoal pencil from my jacket pocket. It's a habit, a part of my process. I can't understand a character until I can capture them on paper. I don't try to draw her face, not yet. I start with her form, the rigid line of her spine held perfectly straight, not touching the back of the chair, the tension in her shoulders, the sharp, defiant angle of her jaw as she stares down at her phone. She is so profoundly, intensely alone, yet she commands the space around her like a queen on a throne she never wanted. I see the immense effort it takes for her to maintain that control, that perfect, unbreachable perimeter. As a black woman in what I'm sure is a world dominated by men like her father, that armor is probably a survival mechanism she's spent years perfecting. My pencil stills. I look at the drawing, at the woman across the room. William's voice echoes in my head. Make her feel something again. The scale of what I've agreed to do crashes down on me with physical force. This isn't about charming a sad girl. This is about finding a way to bypass the most sophisticated emotional security system I've ever encountered. I have to make this woman, a woman who dismisses a waiter with the precision of a surgeon, trust me. I have to make her laugh. I have to make her feel safe enough to fall in love. And I have to do it all with a lie stuck in my throat. The low thrum starts behind my left eye. A familiar, dreaded sensation. The first wave of a headache. It's a physical manifestation of my guilt, my stress. It's the timer on my own life, reminding me why I'm here, why I took this monstrous job. I rub my temples, trying to ward off the inevitable. My gaze drifts back to her. She's still staring at her phone, the world held at bay. Then she does something unexpected, something small and unconsciously human. She lowers the phone for a second, and her shoulders slump just a fraction of an inch, her eyes close, and for a brief, unguarded moment, she looks utterly and completely exhausted. The mask slips, and I see a glimpse of the profound weariness underneath. In that instant, she stops being a target. She stops being a role or a mission. She becomes a person, a real, hurting person. And I, the man hired to fix her, am about to become the biggest lie in her life. The headache intensifies, a sharp, punishing spike of pain. This is going to break her, or it's going to break me.
Chapter 5. Ayessa. The welcome cocktail hour is, as predicted, a masterclass in performative serenity. The room is filled with the low hum of polite conversation, the clinking of glasses, and a jazz pianist in the corner, playing a sanitized version of a holiday classic. It's a social landscape I've navigated 1,000 times. A boardroom with worse lighting and more alcohol. My strategy is simple. Find a defensible position. Acquire a property. Minimize engagement. My defensible position is a small alcove near a floor-to-ceiling window overlooking the snow-blanketed grounds. My prop is a glass of club soda with a lime, which looks enough like a gin and tonic to keep people from asking why I'm not drinking. Minimizing engagement is the active challenge. I watch the other guests. They move in predictable orbits of social gravity, laughing too loudly, feigning interest in each other's anecdotes, strategically positioning themselves near the more influential-looking attendees. It's a human algorithm, and I've got it solved, which is why I see him coming a full 30 seconds before he arrives. He's tall, with the kind of polished, generically handsome features, an expensive, perfectly tailored suit that screams, old money, and private equity. He moves through the crowd with an easy, predatory confidence, his eyes scanning the room until they land on me. He smiles, a flash of brilliant white teeth, and alters his course. Target acquired. I take a slow sip of my club soda and brace for impact. "Ayessa Brown," he says, his voice smooth and deep. He doesn't ask, he states. "Sterling Concord, it's a pleasure to finally meet you in person. I've been following your moves with Brown Innovations. Impressive Q3. He's read my company's public filings. How personal." "Mr. Concord," I reply, my tone neutral. I don't offer my hand. "Thank you." "Please, it's Sterling," he insists, leaning an arm against the window frame, casually boxing me in. "I was just talking to the folks at Omnicorp about their latest acquisition. Total disaster, of course. They completely miscalculated the synergistic potential. I let him talk. It's easier. He uses industry jargon like a mating call, rattling off terms like 9-figure valuations, post-integration logistics, and disruptive leveraging. He's not having a conversation with me. He's presenting his resume. He assumes our shared tax bracket is a sufficient foundation for a connection. It's a common and deeply boring miscalculation. While he describes a particularly ruthless hostile takeover, my mind drifts. I need to reply to Evelyn's email about the Q1 budget projections. And the beta test for the new security protocol needs to be moved up. I should draft a memo. So the vertical integration was a non-starter from the beginning. What are your thoughts? I blink, pulling myself back from my mental to-do list. He's looking at me, an expectant gleam in his eye. He's actually asked for my opinion. "A bold strategy," I offer. The words tasting like nothing. High risk, high reward. It's the corporate equivalent of saying, "That's crazy." He beams, apparently satisfied. Exactly. Most people don't see that. They're too focused on the short term. He lowers his voice, a pantomime of intimacy. Which brings me to my next point. I've been thinking a lot about the untapped potential between Concord Industries and Brown Innovations. What are your thoughts on a potential strategic alliance? Checkmate. He's asked a direct question I can't deflect with a simple platitude. This will require an actual multi-syllabic response. I am actively scanning for an escape route when it happens. A sudden, sharp crash of glass shattering on the stone floor just a few feet away. A collective gasp ripples through the nearby guests. Sterling's monologue cuts off mid-sentence. He turns, his face a mask of annoyance at the interruption. A waiter has dropped a tray of empty wine glasses. Or, no, that's not quite right. A guest, jostled by someone else, has stumbled into the waiter. My eyes lock on the guest who caused the commotion. It's the man I saw from my window earlier, the one walking in the snow. He looks completely out of place, yet totally at ease. He's wearing a simple dark sweater and jeans that have seen better days, but he wears them with an unassuming confidence that makes Sterling's bespoke suit look like a costume. Staff members are rushing over with dustpans and cloths. The man is on one knee, helping pick up the larger, safer pieces of glass. His apologies to the waiter quiet but sincere. Then for a split of a second, he looks up, and his eyes meet mine across the small space. He gives me a quick, almost imperceptible glance. It's not a leer or an invitation. It's something else. A flicker of shared understanding. A faint, apologetic smile plays on his lips, as if to say, "Oops, my bad," and then it's gone. He turns his full attention back to the mess on the floor, his face a picture of harmless concern. "This is my window." "If you'll excuse me," I say to a still distracted Sterling, my voice just loud enough for him to hear. I didn't wait for a response. I melt away from the window, slipping through the momentary gap in the crowd the commotion has created. Escape. I find a new, more secluded position on the far side of the room, behind a pillar. From this new vantage point, I watch the scene play out. The mess is cleaned up quickly. The man, the catalyst, is charmingly apologetic to the staff, making them smile. He refuses a replacement for the drink he was apparently about to get. Then he straightens up, runs a hand through his messy brown hair, and walks to the other side of the room, nowhere near me. He doesn't look for me. He doesn't use the incident as an excuse to approach. He doesn't hover. He asked for and received absolutely nothing. My brain, trained to analyze data and identify patterns, kicks into overdrive. Hypothesis 1, clumsiness. He's simply an uncoordinated man who caused an accident. Possible, but the timing was suspiciously perfect, occurring at the exact moment I was conversationally trapped. Probability, low. Hypothesis 2, an elaborate social maneuver. He created the scene to get my attention, expecting me to be grateful or intrigued enough to seek him out later. A plausible strategy for this environment. But his follow-through was non-existent. He gained no strategic advantage. The execution was inefficient and illogical. Hypothesis 3, deliberate, no-strings-attached sabotage. He saw I was cornered. He assessed the situation and created a plausible, low-impact diversion that provided me with a clean exit. I discard the first two hypotheses. The third is the only one that fits the data, but it's the most baffling. It implies an act of social generosity without any expectation of return on investment. In the world I operate in, people don't just give you an escape route. They leverage it. They expect something in return. Gratitude, a conversation, a business card. This man did it, and then simply walked away. My eyes find him again across the crowded room. He's talking to one of the older guests now, a woman in a wheelchair. He's leaning down slightly to hear her better, and he laughs at something she says. It's not a polite social laugh. It's a genuine, deep-bellied laugh that makes the lines around his eyes crinkle. He is a complete and utter anomaly, a data point that doesn't fit any known model. And I find, to my profound irritation, that I can't stop watching him. Who the hell is he? Oh honey, subtle is not on the menu. This bundle, it's big, it's bold, it's extra as hell, just like you deserve.
9 full-length audiobooks, 12-pack abs, billion-dollar bank accounts, and a whole lot of filthy, over-the-top love.
We're talking possessive bad boys, jealous billionaires, growling alpha males who act like you hung the damn moon. And the steam? Baby, it's off the charts.
These men don't flirt. They claim.
And guess what? This beautifully chaotic romance buffet is already 70% off. Use the YouTube exclusive code VIXA40.
Click the link, use the code, and dive into the messy, crazy, all-consuming love you've always dreamed of.
The over-the-top romance audiobook bundle, because too much is never enough.
Vixa Vaughn Romance. Chapter 6. Spence. The mission, day 1, is simple. Reconnaissance. To play a character, you must first understand them. To understand Ayessa Brown, I need to learn her patterns, her habits, her programming. I need to find the ghost in her machine. My day starts at 5:45 a.m. in the villa's gym. The place is empty, save for one other person. Her. She's on a treadmill in the far corner, a stark silhouette against the panoramic window showing the pre-dawn sky. Her form is perfect, her pace relentlessly steady. Propped on the machine's console is a tablet displaying what looks like a live feed of the global stock market. Even here, in this temple of wellness, she is plugged into the matrix. She's not exercising. She's optimizing her biology, fueling the engine for another day of corporate domination. I put in an hour on a stationary bike, keeping my head down, my music playing just loud enough to be a plausible excuse for not engaging. I watch her move from the treadmill to the weights with an efficiency that's both impressive and deeply impersonal. There's no wasted motion, no moment of hesitation. It's a workout executed with the precision of a military drill. Then I see it. She finishes her final set of reps, her breathing barely elevated, and moves to her gym bag on a nearby bench. It's a sleek, black, minimalist bag, exactly what I'd expect. She unzips it to put her tablet away, and for just a moment, the contents are visible. Tucked between a high-tech-looking water bottle and a small toiletry kit is a book. It's not a hardcover business biography or a treatise on economic theory. It's a paperback, its cover softened and creased with wear, its corners dog-eared from countless readings. Pride and Prejudice. The contrast is so jarring I almost stopped pedaling. Ayessa Brown, the woman who speaks in data points and dismisses pleasantries like software updates, carries a worn-out copy of one of the greatest romance novels ever written. It's an anomaly, a glitch in her code. It's the first crack I've seen in the marble. An hour later, I'm nursing a coffee at the barista bar when she walks in, dressed now in a razor-sharp gray suit, her hair pulled back in that severe knot. She orders her black coffee without looking at the barista. As she's waiting, Sterling Concord descends upon her like a beautifully tailored hawk. "There she is," he booms, flashing a smile that could power a small city. "Getting your fuel for the day?" I just crushed a 6-mile run in the snow. Nothing like pushing the limits before breakfast, right? He's peacocking, presenting his stats. Ayessa takes her coffee from the barista, her expression unchanging. "Good for you, Sterling." "I was thinking," he continues, completely missing or ignoring her Arctic chill. "The stables here are supposed to be incredible. World-class stock. I could have a couple of horses saddled up for us this afternoon. A ride through the woods. What do you say?" He's coming at her with a grand gesture. A flashy, expensive invitation designed to impress. I watch her take a slow, deliberate sip of her coffee, her eyes holding a look of profound boredom. "I have a series of reports to review." "Thank you for the offer," she replies, her tone polite but final. It's a door slamming shut, softly but with unmistakable force. She turns and walks away without another word, leaving him standing there amidst the smell of espresso and thwarted ambition. I watch him, a small frown creasing his handsome face. He's confused. He made a power play, offered an impressive experience, and was met with a brick wall. He's trying to storm the castle gates. And I realize with absolute certainty that he will never, ever get inside. The way to Ayessa Brown isn't through a frontal assault. It's through a side door she doesn't even know is unlocked. Later that afternoon, seeking refuge, I find the villa's library. It's a 2-story sanctuary of quiet, smelling of old paper and wood smoke from its own fireplace. I settle into a worn leather chair with my sketchbook, trying to process the day's observations. The disciplined athlete, the ruthless CEO, the secret romantic. How do all those pieces fit together? The quiet squeak of the door opening pulls me from my thoughts. It's her. She walks in, her gaze sweeping the room before landing on the newspaper stand in the corner. She moves with that same purpose, that same efficiency. The air in the room shifts, becomes charged with her presence. My heart gives a single hard thump against my ribs. Stay calm. This is not a scene, your background. But my feet have other ideas. I find myself standing, moving toward a nearby bookshelf as if in a trance, my back to her. I run my fingers over the spines of the leather-bound classics that line the shelves. My mind is racing. Don't engage directly. Don't be Sterling. She walks past me on her way to the newspapers. The faint scent of freesia trails in her wake, a soft, floral note in the bookish air. I stop at a worn, dark green volume. "A first edition of the Count of Monte Cristo," I murmur, not to her, just to the air. My voice is low, an actor's trick, projecting just enough for a single person to overhear. Bold move for a hotel library. Out of the corner of my eye, I see her pause. She doesn't turn, but her movement stills. A full 5 seconds of silence hang in the air. "It's a facsimile," she finally remarks, her voice cool and analytical. She still hasn't looked at me. "A replica. The insurance liability and security measures required for a genuine first edition would be astronomical and operationally inefficient for a facility of this nature." Her response is so perfectly, wonderfully her. Logical, impersonal, a little condescending. And I can't help the small, genuine smile that touches my lips. I turn my head just enough to look at the book, not at her. Of course it is. Still, it kind of kills the romance of it, doesn't it? Knowing it's just a perfect soulless copy instead of the real thing. I've just lobbed a philosophical grenade about authenticity versus perfection, a topic that hits a little too close to home right now. She doesn't respond. There's another beat of silence and then the rustle of a newspaper. She turns and walks out of the library without a backward glance. I'm left standing there, my heart beating a little too fast. The interaction was less than 30 seconds long. It was nothing. A brief exchange between strangers. But it was something. I didn't ask her for anything. I didn't challenge her or try to impress her. I made an observation and she engaged on her own terms. I go back to my chair and my sketchbook. I look at the drawing I made of her jawline. My strategy solidifies, crystallizing in my mind. William wants me to make her laugh, to make her fall in love. But that's the end goal. That's the third act. The groundwork has to be subtle, no grand gestures, no direct assaults on her schedule, just quiet consistency. Small anonymous acts of service. Observations offered with no expectation of a reply. I need to become a safe, predictable, non-threatening presence in her orbit. I won't storm the castle. I'll just sit outside the walls day after day until she decides for herself to open the gate. A pang hits me then, something that's irrelevant to my mission or my guilt. It's a feeling of sharp, undiluted curiosity. This isn't just about a job anymore. It's not just about the money or the surgery. Who is this woman? Who is the person who protects her heart with corporate firewalls, but soothes her soul with Elizabeth Bennet and Mr. Darcy? I looked down at my blank page, and suddenly I found myself starting to sketch her face. I have to know.
Chapter 7. Ayessa. Of all the indignities my father has subjected me to, this may be the most insulting. I am standing in a brightly lit ballroom that smells of sugar and impending failure, staring at a table laden with bowls of candy, tubes of frosting, and naked slabs of gingerbread. It's the annual Serenity Villa gingerbread build-off. Attendance apparently is not optional. Josh, the relentlessly cheerful liaison, had cornered me after breakfast. "Miss Brown." "So glad I caught you," he'd chirped, holding a clipboard like a shield. "We've got your kid all ready to go." "Josh, a word," I'd said, stopping him in his tracks. "I believe my file indicates that I have opted out of all scheduled group activities." "Ordinarily, yes," he'd conceded, his smile unwavering. "But this isn't just an activity. It's a cherished Serenity Villa tradition, a cornerstone of the holiday wellness journey. And your father was very specific when he made the booking. He mentioned you used to love building things as a child." The mention of my childhood, a direct and calculated strike from my father's playbook, left me speechless. It was a tactical checkmate. Arguing would require an emotional explanation I was unwilling to give. So, here I am. My strategy is simple. Construct a minimalist, structurally sound gingerbread cube with clean lines and zero decorative flourishes. Fulfill the contractual obligation of participation and exit the event in under 30 minutes. I find my assigned station, number 7, and survey my materials. A voice next to me pulls my attention. Well, this looks ambitious. I turn. It's him. The man from the cocktail hour. The man from the library. The anomaly. He's standing there looking at the piles of candy with an expression of wry amusement. He's wearing a faded gray t-shirt that stretches across his shoulders and has a smudge of what looks like charcoal on his cheek. Josh appears behind him, beaming. Ayessa Brown, this is your building partner. Spence Taylor. Spence, Ayessa. Have fun, you two. He scurries off before I can protest. Spence, he says, extending a hand. It's warm, his grip firm, but not aggressive. Looks like we're a team. So it seems, I reply, withdrawing my hand. My mind is already working. All right. The first step is to establish a blueprint. We need to create a foundational adhesive layer with a consistent PSI to ensure structural integrity of the walls. I pick up a piping bag of white royal icing, testing its viscosity. Spence picks up a red gumdrop and inspects it. Or we could just slather a bunch of this stuff on the edges and hope for the best. I was thinking we could build a turret right here. He gestures to a corner of our building space. For a candy cane dragon to live in? I stare at him. Dragons are not structurally sound. Neither are houses made of cookies. But here we are, he counters, his green eyes glinting with a humor I find deeply irritating. We're not building a fortress, we're building a fantasy. We're building a rectangle, I insist, laying down a precise line of icing on a piece of cardboard that serves as our foundation. It's the most stable geometric form. 4 walls, a flat roof, we can be done in 20 minutes. A rectangle? That's not a house, that's a corporate office park, he scoffs. Where's the joy in a box, Ayessa? He uses my first name. It feels overly familiar, yet oddly natural coming from him. The joy is in it not collapsing under its own weight. You have very little faith in the load-bearing capacity of gingerbread, he says, grabbing an icing bag of his own. His technique is a disaster. He squeezes from the middle, creating a lumpy, uneven line next to my perfectly straight one. You're creating air pockets, I critique, unable to stop myself. That will compromise the adhesion. I'm creating character, he retorts, pressing a gingerbread wall into his lumpy line of frosting. It immediately starts to lean. See? Character. For the next 10 minutes, we work in a state of controlled chaos. I try to construct a stable base, a solid 4-walled structure. He follows behind me, adding what he calls whimsical flourishes. He sticks candy canes on the corners like support beams, which do nothing of the sort. He tries to build a second story before the first is even stable. Our hands bump as we both reach for the same wall piece, and a jolt of unexpected warmth shoots up my arm. I pull back as if burned. It needs more personality, he declares, holding up a bag of small circular candy wafers. Look, these can be shingles for the roof. You're adding unnecessary weight to a structure that is already fundamentally compromised, I argue, trying to reinforce a leaning wall with a thick line of icing. Sterling Concord would call that a bad investment. The name is out of my mouth before I can stop it. A sarcastic quip. I don't do quips. Spence laughs. A real, genuine sound. Sterling would build a gray, flavorless box and call it a masterpiece of efficiency. We're making art here, Ayessa. Messy, beautiful, probably going to collapse art. He's right about the collapsing part. Our creation is a lopsided, icing-smeared monstrosity. His chaotic creativity has completely overwhelmed my logical design. He builds his ridiculous turret, sticking it to the side of the main structure with an obscene amount of green frosting. The finishing touch, he announces, holding up a gingerbread man with a broken leg. Our noble king, surveying his crumbling kingdom from the highest tower. He carefully tries to place the gingerbread man on top of the turret. The added weight is the final straw. There's a soft cracking sound. The turret begins to lean, slowly at first, like a scene in a disaster movie. No, 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 he whispers, trying to hold it up with his hands. But it's too late. The turret gives way, pulling the adjoining wall with it. The whole thing implodes in a slow comical avalanche of cookie, candy, and frosting. A red gumdrop flies through the air and lands in my hair. A wave of white icing splatters across the table, and a perfect round dollop lands directly on the tip of Spence's nose. He freezes, looking at the wreckage of our creation. Then he slowly goes cross-eyed, trying to see the glob of icing on his own face. The sight is so utterly, profoundly absurd, so far from my controlled, predictable, data-driven world, that something inside me breaks. A sound erupts from my chest, a sound I barely recognize. It's not a polite chuckle. It's a loud, uninhibited bark of laughter. It's rusty from disuse, but it's real. The sheer ridiculousness of it all, the sticky mess, the failed project, the icing on his nose, is the funniest thing I've seen in 5 years. The sound shocks us both into silence. The laughter dies in my throat, and the air in the ballroom seems to disappear. He's staring at me, his smile gone, replaced by an expression of unguarded wonder. He's not looking at a CEO or a problem to be solved. He's just looking at me. His gaze is so direct, so open. It feels like I'm seeing him, and he's seeing me for the first time. You have... His voice is quiet, a little rough. You have some flour. Right here. He lifts his hand, his fingers warm and smudged with green frosting. He hesitates briefly, his eyes asking a question I don't know how to answer. Then, so gently, he brushes a smudge of flour from my cheekbone. His thumb grazes my skin, a feather-light touch that sends a roaring fire straight through my veins. It's a simple human touch, but it feels monumental. It's the first gentle thing I've allowed myself to feel in so long, and my body doesn't know what to do with it. He pulls his hand back, and the warmth of his touch lingers, a tingling brand on my skin. The moment stretches, taut and fragile. We failed the assignment, I say, my voice barely a whisper. It's a retreat to the safety of facts, of pass/fail metrics. Spence's gaze is still fixed on my face, his expression serious now. Did we? I can't answer. I turn and walk away from the table, from the sticky wreckage of our gingerbread house, my cheek still burning where he touched me. A strange, unfamiliar warmth is spreading through my chest, a dangerous thaw in a land of permafrost. I came here to build a box. Instead, I feel like my own walls have just been breached, and I have absolutely no idea what to do about it.
Chapter 8. Spence. Her laugh. Hours later, alone in the quiet of my too large, too empty suite, the sound is still ringing in my ears. It's the only thing I can hear over the frantic beating of my own heart. It wasn't a polite, socially acceptable chuckle. It was a raw, unguarded burst of sound full of rust and surprise. It was the sound of a locked door being blasted off its hinges. I succeeded. That was the mission, right? Make her laugh. A check mark for William Brown. A step closer to the surgery. To a future. I should be celebrating. Instead, a wave of nausea rolls through me. I pace the length of the room, from the cold window to the unlit fireplace, my hands clenched into fists. The laugh wasn't for me. It wasn't for Spence Taylor, the struggling actor drowning in medical debt. It was for the character I've created, the charming, slightly clumsy artist who builds terrible gingerbread houses and isn't intimidated by her Ice Queen routine. That guy got her to laugh, and the victory feels like a mouthful of poison. I pull out my sketchbook, flipping to the portrait I started of her face. It's still incomplete, just the sharp lines of her jaw and the intelligent arch of her brow. I try to sketch her mouth, to capture the ghost of that laugh, but my hand is shaking. This is no longer a role. A role has boundaries, a script, an endpoint. This is something else. I am walking through a minefield of a real person's trauma, and I just tricked her into taking her first unguarded step. The guilt is a physical weight, pressing down on my chest, making it hard to breathe. I can't sleep. The room feels like a cage. I need to walk. The main lodge is dark and silent, the only light coming from the dying orange embers in the massive fireplace. The air smells of wood smoke and cooling sugar. I'm heading for the 24/7 tea and coffee bar when I see her. She's curled into a massive armchair near the hearth, a dark silhouette against the glowing embers. She's not on her phone or her laptop. Her knees are pulled up to her chest, her arms wrapped around them. She's just staring into the fire, and from here she looks smaller, younger, and achingly alone. My first instinct is to retreat, to leave her to her solitude. That's the decent thing to do. But the mission, the contract, William's desperate voice, they won't let me. My strategy flashes in my mind. Quiet consistency. Small acts of service. I continue to the tea bar, my movements slow and deliberate so as not to startle her. I scan the array of tins and boxes. I see the one. A deep blue box with elegant silver lettering. The same brand of Earl Grey I saw her order that first morning. An actor's greatest tool is observation. I prepare 2 mugs, my own a simple chamomile. Hers, the Earl Grey, adding a single slice of lemon, just as she'd had it before. My heart is hammering against my ribs as I walk toward her. This could backfire. She could see it as an intrusion, a violation of her quiet space, and all the fragile ground I gained today would be lost. I approach her chair from the side, giving her a wide berth. I don't speak. I just reach out and place the steaming mug on the small wooden table beside her. Her head snaps up, her eyes wide and alert in the dim light. Her whole body is tense, her defenses flying up like a triggered alarm system. "What's this?" Her voice is a low, suspicious whisper. "I couldn't sleep," I reply, my own voice just as quiet. I gesture with my own mug. "I was making some tea for myself. I remembered you drank this one, figured I'd bring you a cup. I don't wait for a thank you." I retreat to the armchair opposite hers, a respectful distance between us, and sink into it. I'm not demanding a conversation. I'm not asking for her attention. I'm just sharing the silence. For a long time, the only sounds are the crackle of the dying fire and the soft clink of my mug against its saucer. I watch her out of the corner of my eye. I see her gaze flicker from me to the mug of tea, then back to the fire. Her shoulders, which had been up around her ears, slowly begin to relax. She unwraps her arms from around her legs and reaches for the mug, her long, elegant fingers wrapping around it for warmth. Another 5 minutes pass in comfortable silence. She's the one who breaks it. "I hate this month," she says, her voice so soft I almost think I imagined it. It's not directed at me. It's a confession offered to the fire. I don't ask why. I don't pry or offer platitudes. I just validate the feeling, meeting her where she is. December can be tough for a lot of people. She takes a sip of her tea. "It's just a difficult anniversary." The words remain in the air between us, a small, fragile piece of her truth. It's an offering, and I know I have to offer something in return. I can't give her my truth, not the real, ugly, transactional truth of why I'm here, so I give her the only real thing I have, an actor's truth. "I get that," I say, swirling the chamomile in my cup. "Anniversaries are hard. They're like ghosts that show up whether you invite them or not." I pause, gathering my thoughts, trying to find the right words. "You know, the thing I love most about acting, about being on stage, is that for a little while, you get to completely lose yourself. You step into someone else's skin, live their life, feel their feelings. It can be a real relief to put your own life, your own ghosts, down for a couple of hours. It's the most honest thing I've ever said to her, even though it's wrapped in the context of the biggest lie I've ever told. I'm literally losing myself in a role to escape my own problems. I'm just omitting the part where she's the unwitting audience. She's quiet for a long time, just staring into the fire, processing my words. I think maybe I've said too much, pushed too hard. But then she gives a single, almost imperceptible nod, an acknowledgement. A moment of quiet understanding has passed between us. I decide to quit while I'm ahead. I finish my tea and stand, the legs of the chair scraping softly against the floor. Well, I say, keeping my tone light, I should probably let you get back to the fire. Good night, Ayessa. She looks up at me then, her eyes dark and unreadable in the firelight. Good night, Spence. Hearing her say my name feels like a brand. I walk back to my room, the quiet intimacy of the last few minutes feeling more real than anything else in my life. The moment the door clicks shut behind me, the emotional weight of it all, the thrill of the connection, the shame of the lie, the sheer exhaustion of the performance, crashes down on me. The low thrum behind my eye, which had been a dull ache, explodes into a splitting, white-hot agony. My vision blurs at the edges. A wave of dizziness forces me to brace myself against the wall, my breath catching in my throat. I stumble toward my duffel bag on the floor, my fingers fumbling with the zipper. I pull out the small, orange prescription bottle, the stark warning label a mockery of my situation. With shaking hands, I manage to twist off the child-proof cap and dry swallow one of the large capsules, leaning my head back against the cool wall, waiting for the medicine to work its magic. The physical pain is a brutal, tangible thing. A punishment. A penance. It's a stark reminder of the ticking clock and the stakes of this dangerous game I'm playing. I close my eyes, her face swimming in the darkness behind my lids, and a single despairing thought cuts through the pain. What right do I have to ease her suffering, even for a moment when I know for a fact I'm the one who's going to cause her so much more?
Chapter 9. Ayessa. I wake up, and for a full 10 seconds the world is quiet. Not just the room, which is always silent, but the space inside my head. For 5 years, my first conscious thought upon waking has been a cold, heavy stone of dread in the pit of my stomach. It's a familiar weight, a grim companion that shapes the rest of my day. This morning, it's not there. In its place is nothing. A neutral quiet, a lightness so unfamiliar it's unnerving. I sit up in bed, my heart starting to beat a little faster, analyzing this new data point with suspicion. What is this? Is this what contentment feels like? It feels vulnerable. It feels like a system breach, a firewall going down. I don't like it. I push the feeling away, encasing it in logic. My cortisol levels are likely lower due to the change in environment. The mountain air is increasing my oxygen intake. It's a simple biological response. Nothing more. I go through my morning routine with my usual efficiency, a brutal workout, a scalding shower, but the feeling persists. It's a low hum of something other than grief beneath the surface of my thoughts. When I enter the dining hall for breakfast, I tell myself I'm just getting coffee, but my eyes, betraying my brain's explicit instructions, scan the room. I'm simply surveying my surroundings, a situational awareness exercise, that's all. Then I see him. He's sitting at a small table near the window, a half-eaten plate of pancakes in front of him, and a paperback propped against the sugar dispenser. He's completely absorbed, his brow furrowed in concentration. My heart gives a single stuttering thump that I immediately try to regulate with a slow, controlled breath. I get my coffee, black as always, and I'm about to retreat to the safety of my room when he looks up, as if sensing my presence. A slow, easy smile spreads across his face. It's not the predatory flash of Sterling Concord. It's a quiet, unassuming warmth that does strange things to my insides. He raises his hand in a small wave. I give a curt, almost imperceptible nod in return and turn to leave. "Hey, Ayessa." His voice stops me. I turn back, my expression carefully neutral. "I was about to go for a walk before the snow gets too deep," he says, closing his book. "The trails behind the West Wing are supposed to be incredible. Care to join?" It's a casual invitation, not a demand. He's given me an easy out, a dozen plausible reasons to say no. I have work. I need to make a call. I don't like walking. My brain cycles through the excuses, but my mouth forms a different word. For 30 minutes, I hear myself say. Where did that come from? I have to reassert control. I have a conference call at 10. His smile widens, reaching his kind green eyes. 30 minutes it is. I'll meet you by the main doors in 5. 5 minutes later, we're walking side by side on a packed snow trail that winds through a forest of silent, towering pines. The only sounds are the rhythmic crunch of our boots and the whisper of the wind through the branches. The silence isn't awkward. After last night, it feels comfortable, established. So I have to ask, he begins, his breath pluming in the cold air. I saw you in the gym the other day. Treadmill, live market data, and Jane Austen. It's an interesting combination. My first instinct is a flare of defensive anger. He was watching me. But his tone isn't mocking or even teasing. It's genuinely curious. It's a classic, I reply, my voice stiffer than I intend. It is, he agrees easily. But why that one? Of all the classics, what is it about Pride and Prejudice that makes it stick around? What makes it work? He's not asking why I like it. He's asking for my analysis, my professional opinion. He's speaking my language. The question is a key, sliding into a lock I didn't know was there. I find myself answering honestly. Because it's not a fantasy, I say. The words coming more easily than I expect. Not really. People mistake it for a grand, sweeping romance, but that's just the packaging. At its core, it's a novel about a merger. Spence glances at me, an eyebrow raised. A merger? That might be the least romantic interpretation I've ever heard. It's the most realistic one, I counter, feeling a spark of my old boardroom confidence. Think about it. Elizabeth Bennet is brilliant, perceptive, and has high social capital, but she's on the brink of financial and domestic ruin. She has no security. Fitzwilliam Darcy has near infinite financial security and assets, but he's emotionally stunted, socially inept, and lacks a genuine human connection. Their marriage is a perfectly balanced negotiation of assets and liabilities. So you don't think they were in love? His tone is light, challenging me. I think love is the eventual outcome of a successful partnership, not its foundation. I clarify, the argument forming itself as I speak. The foundation is mutual respect and compatible long-term goals. He had to learn to respect her intellect and her character, to see her as an equal. She had to learn to see past his arrogance and respect his underlying integrity. The passion, the emotion, that's a dividend. It's a bonus you get when the initial investment is sound. You can't build a lasting structure on a foundation of something as volatile as passion. I stop, realizing I've been talking, really talking, for several minutes. I've probably said more to this man in the last 5 minutes than I've said to anyone outside of a business meeting in years. Spence is quiet, his gaze thoughtful as he watches me. He isn't trying to argue or poke holes in my theory. He's just listening. So passion is a bad investment? He finally asks, his question gentle. It's a high-risk one, I correct. The potential for catastrophic loss is almost guaranteed. As I say the words, a sharp gust of wind sweeps down from the mountains, whipping a flurry of snow around us. It cuts through my coat, and I shiver. Pulling the collar tighter around my neck, without a word, Spence stops walking. He unwinds the thick charcoal gray woolen scarf from his own neck. Before I can protest, he's draping it around mine, his movements sure and steady. The wool is incredibly warm, carrying the heat from his own body. He tucks the ends into the front of my coat, and his fingers brush against the skin of my neck. The touch is brief, practical, but it's like a lightning strike. I gasped. I'm suddenly, overwhelmingly enveloped in his scent. It's not a cologne, nothing manufactured. It's just him. Sandalwood, fresh coffee, and the cold, clean smell of winter air. It's grounding and dizzying all at once, and I feel a ridiculous, insane urge to lean into it. "There," he says a little deeper than before. "Better?" I can only nod, my throat suddenly tight. We walk the rest of the way back to the lodge in a new kind of silence. It's not comfortable anymore. It's charged, humming with the electricity of that single, simple gesture. Back in the sterile safety of my suite, I close the door and lean against it, my heart hammering against my ribs. I slowly unwind the scarf from my neck. It's still warm. I lift it to my face, burying my nose in the soft wool, and inhale. His scent fills my senses, and with it comes a feeling I haven't allowed myself to feel in 1,826 days. Hope. It's a dangerous, terrifying, fluttering thing in my chest. For 5 years, my grief has been a predictable weight, a constant. It's been my armor, my shield, my excuse. It is safe. This new feeling, this terrifying lightness, is the opposite of safe. It's an unknown variable. It's a crack in the foundation of the fortress I so carefully built. It is a catastrophic risk. I clutch the scarf in my fist, the wool a soft, warm anchor in my suddenly unsteady world. "No," I whisper to the empty, silent room, a denial, a plea, a desperate, failing attempt to regain control. Chapter 10. Ayessa? A sharp, authoritative knock echoes through my suite, so different from the timid taps of the hotel staff. I'm not expecting anyone. My laptop is open, a complex spreadsheet of market projections filling the screen, but I haven't processed a single data point in the last hour. My thoughts are a tangled mess of woolen scarves and the lingering scent of sandalwood. Before I can even stand, the door bursts open. "Room service!" a voice sings out, delivering 1 bottle of contraband champagne, a pound of high-grade gossip, and a healthy dose of reality. Lana breezes in, a vision in a hot pink puffer coat and designer sunglasses perched on her head. She drops a heavy weekender bag on the floor, kicks off her snow boots, and surveys my room with the critical eye of a crime scene investigator. "Wow," she says, her voice dripping with theatrical pity. "He really stuck you in the Christmas cuckoo's nest, didn't he?" This place is aggressively cozy. I feel like I need to start confessing my deepest childhood traumas to that decorative throw pillow over there. A genuine smile tugs at my lips. "Lana, I thought you weren't coming until this weekend." "And let you get fully assimilated into the holiday cult?" "Not a chance," she retorts, popping the cork on the champagne bottle she's produced from her tote bag with a practiced flick of her wrist. "I had to move the timeline up. Consider me your official deprogramming agent. Now, where are the glasses? Or are we just drinking from the bottle? Please say bottle." She finds 2 water glasses in the bathroom, declares them sufficient, and fills both to the brim. She hands one to me, her sharp, intelligent eyes scanning my face. Lana is the only person on the planet whose analysis I can't predict or deflect. "So," she begins, flopping into the armchair opposite my desk. "Tell me everything. On a scale of 1 to The Shining, how bad is this forced wellness retreat?" "It's quiet," I offer, taking a sip of the champagne. The bubbles are a welcome shock to my system. Lana narrows her eyes. "Quiet is what you say when you have nothing good to say. That's a C- review if I've ever heard one. Have you been forced to sing carols yet? Have they tried to make you talk about your feelings with a therapy horse?" "There was a gingerbread house incident," I admit. "It ended in structural collapse." "A metaphor for your emotional state, I'm sure," she deadpans. She takes a long drink of her champagne, her gaze sweeping the room again. Then her eyes lock onto something. They stop, Her whole body goes still. She's staring at the charcoal gray scarf, which I had carelessly draped over the back of a chair. "Wait a minute," she says, her voice dangerously quiet. "Hold the phone. What is that?" I follow her gaze. "It's a scarf." "Don't play dumb with me, Ayessa Brown. I've known you since you had braces and a truly tragic obsession with cargo pants." "That is not your scarf," she declares, getting up to inspect it. She lifts it from the chair, holding it up like evidence. "This is a man's scarf. And it smells like sandalwood and good decisions." "Who is he?" My defenses fly up, a knee-jerk reaction. "It's nothing. It was cold outside. Someone lent it to me." "Someone," Lana presses, turning to face me, the scarf still in her hand. "A man gave you his scarf? Here? At the emotional manipulation snow globe your father sent you to? The details, Brown. I want all of them. What's his name? What does he do for a living? And most importantly, on a scale of 1 to 10, how's his credit score?" "His name is Spence," I say, trying to sound bored and detached. "He's another guest here, and I have no information regarding his financial history." "Spence," she repeats, testing the name. "Okay, Spence. What's his deal? Let me guess. He's a ruggedly handsome but emotionally sensitive architect from the city who came here to find himself after a bad breakup? He's an actor." Lana physically recoils, clutching the scarf to her chest. "An actor? Oh, this is so much worse than I thought. A struggling artist with a heart of gold and an empathetic ear, is he? Does he have a secret talent for saving orphan puppies? Does he sketch in a little leather-bound notebook?" The accuracy of that last guess sends a jolt through me. I've seen him with that sketchbook. My face must betray me because Lana's eyes widen. "Oh my God, he does sketch." "Ayessa, no. Get in the car right now. We are leaving. This is a Category 5 cliché. He's like a Hallmark movie hero walked off the screen. Nobody is that perfect. What's the catch?" "There's no catch," I find myself arguing, and the defensive tone in my own voice surprises me. "He's not perfect. He's just quiet. He pays attention. He listens. He's not trying to impress anyone, or talk about his portfolio, or leverage a strategic alliance." "Oh, honey." Lana's expression softens with pity. "That's the most impressive move of all. The I'm not trying guy is always trying the hardest. Where did he even come from? Did he just magically fall from the sky into this festive little prison your father designed for you?" "He's just a person, Lana." "Is he?" she counters, her voice sharp again. "A person who just happens to be your perfect, non-threatening, emotionally available type? Who just happens to show up at the exact time and place your father has orchestrated a full-scale intervention on your heart?" As I'm about to argue again, I unconsciously touch my cheek, the one his thumb grazed after the gingerbread disaster. It's a fleeting, involuntary gesture, but Lana misses nothing. Her eyes dart from my hand to my face, and she sees it all, the whole story. Her demeanor shifts instantly from teasing and theatrical to dead serious. "Ayessa, look at me," she commands. And I do. "For 5 solid years, you have been a fortress. Fort Knox with better shoes. No one gets in. And now this guy, this perfect, quiet listening artist, shows up out of nowhere in a place your father sent you to, and suddenly there are cracks in the wall. You don't find that timing just a little convenient?" The word lingers in the air between us. Convenient. It's an ugly clinical word, a word I would use in a boardroom. "My father has nothing to do with this," I insist, but the words feel hollow even to me. "Doesn't he?" Lana presses, her gaze relentless. "He's the man who strong-armed you into coming here. The man who is desperate to fix you before Christmas. You really think he's above planting a handsome, soulful distraction to get the job done?" Her question hits me like a physical blow. The thought is so monstrous, so manipulative, I can't even process it. William is controlling, yes. Desperate, yes. But would he go that far? I have to go check in, Lana says, her voice softer now. She places the scarf gently on the arm of the chair. Just be careful, eh? Please. My nonsense-o-meter is going off the charts with this one. It's screaming. She gives my shoulder a tight squeeze, and then she's gone, leaving the scent of her perfume and a bottle of champagne in her wake. I'm left alone in the silent room. Lana's words echo in the quiet, ugly, and insistent. I look at the gray woolen scarf. An hour ago, it was a symbol of a fragile, unexpected warmth, a flicker of hope. Now, under the harsh light of Lana's suspicion, it looks different. It looks like a prop, a costume piece, a potential piece of a much larger, more manipulative performance. Could he be? The thought is a splinter of ice in my chest. No, it's impossible. But the question is there now, planted and taking root, a seed of poison in the one hopeful thing that's managed to grow in my life in 5 years.
Chapter 11. Spence. I'm riding the high from last night. The memory of the quiet moment Ayessa and I shared by the fire is a warm, glowing coal in my chest. It was real. Even if the circumstances that led to it were a lie, the connection was real. Progress. I'm at the coffee bar, feeling something dangerously close to optimistic, when a wave of gloom washed over me. Spence, right? I turn. A woman with a megawatt smile, sharp, intelligent eyes, and a vibrant purple sweater that radiates confidence is standing there. I don't recognize her. I'm Lana, she continues, extending a perfectly manicured hand. Ayessa's best friend. I got in last night. Best friend. The words land like a splash of ice water. My carefully constructed stage, my two-person play, has just been invaded by a new character, one who hasn't read the script. My actor's instincts scream into high alert. This is not a social call. This is an audition. It's great to meet you, I reply, my voice smooth, my handshake firm but friendly. My posture is relaxed, my smile is open. I am projecting harmless. Ayessa didn't mention you were coming. It's nice she'll have a friend here. Oh, it was a last-minute surprise, Lana says, her smile never wavering as she pours herself a coffee. But her eyes are not smiling. They're scanning me, taking in my worn jeans, my simple t-shirt, my posture, my breathing. I can feel myself being analyzed, my character being deconstructed. She's not really a surprise person, but I make an exception. So, Ayessa tells me you're an actor. That's so cool. Anything I might have seen you in? It's the opening gambit. The polite, seemingly innocent question designed to gauge my status, my legitimacy. I give a small, self-deprecating laugh. It's a well-rehearsed sound. Probably not, unless you're a big fan of off-Broadway plays that pay in stale pizza and life experience. I'm still waiting for that big break. You know the drill I'm playing, the struggling but passionate artist. It's relatable. It's non-threatening. The artist's struggle. I get it. She nods, but her eyes are still sharp. She takes a sip of her coffee, then leans a hip against the counter, a casual posture that feels anything but. It's just, this place is crazy expensive. A struggling actor affording a month-long stay at Serenity Villa? That's a hell of a life experience right there. Did you win the lottery or something? There it is. The first direct shot, wrapped in a joke. My heart rate kicks up a notch, but I keep my expression placid. I have a backstory for this. William and I prepared one. I look away for a second, a flicker of feigned sadness crossing my face. Something like that, I guess. I had a bit of a windfall. A small inheritance from a distant great-aunt I never even met. It wasn't life-changing money, but it was enough. I look back at her, my expression earnest. I was going to be responsible, pay off some debt. But then, with my case, I trail off, letting her fill in the blanks. A vague health scare is a get-out-of-jail-free card for any questionable life choice. I decided to blow it all on myself for once. Get my head right, you know? It's a plausible, even touching lie. A good portion of the audience would buy it. But Lana is not a good portion of the audience. "That's really brave," she says. But her tone is flat. There's no sympathy there, only calculation. She pivots. "So, how did you and Ayessa even connect?" I was just so surprised to hear she was making friends. She's not exactly a group activities and let's all be besties kind of person. The question is laced with venomous suspicion. "How did you get past the firewall?" "We were assigned partners in the great gingerbread disaster of 2025, I answer with an easy smile, trying to bring the conversation back to safe, shared ground. Our architectural styles were fundamentally incompatible. It was a memorable, if sticky, introduction. Right. The gingerbread house. She says it like it's a flimsy alibi. She seems to like you. It's nice to see her. Lighter. It's just..." She pauses, tapping a finger against her mug. "Sudden. You seem almost perfectly designed to be the kind of guy she'd finally open up to. Empathetic, creative, not a corporate shark. It's quite a performance." Performance. The tension was palpable. It's a direct accusation, so perfectly disguised as a compliment that if I get defensive, I prove her right. She's good. She's very, very good. My turn. I let out a soft, genuine-seeming laugh, shaking my head as if the idea is absurd. I don't know about perfectly designed. I think maybe she was just long overdue for a laugh, and I happened to be the guy with a glob of icing on his nose. I promise you I'm not that complicated. I'm minimizing myself, making myself seem like a harmless, lucky fool who just happened to be in the right place at the right time. But my palms are sweating. My heart is pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. My internal monologue is a frantic race. She knows. She doesn't know how, but she senses the lie. She can smell the performance. Keep breathing. This is just a scene. You are in character. Your objective is to disarm and exit. I need an out, an escape route, and my own broken body is the only one I have. I subtly rubbed the back of my neck, letting a flicker of discomfort cross my face. "Well, it was really great meeting you, Lana," I say, my voice a little strained. "I think all this fresh mountain air is giving me a bit of a headache. I should probably go lie down for a bit. It's the perfect excuse. It's vague, unverifiable, and cuts the interrogation short without me looking like I'm fleeing." "Oh, of course," she says, her expression unreadable. "Feel better, Spence?" I give her one last, hopefully charming smile and turn to walk away. I can feel her eyes on my back with every step, analyzing my posture, my gait, looking for a tell. It's the longest walk of my life. The second I turn a corner and am out of her line of sight, my facade crumbles. I press my back against the cold wall, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The fake headache is rapidly turning into a real one, the familiar pressure building behind my eye. That conversation was more draining than any 3-hour play I've ever been in. It's suddenly, terrifyingly clear. William Brown may have written the check. Sterling Concord may be the rival. But Lana is the threat. She's the guardian at the gate. She's the detective in this story who won't stop digging until she hits the truth. My entire strategy was built around Ayessa, observing her, understanding her, slowly earning her trust. It was a delicate two-person dance, but it's not a two-person play anymore. There's a critic in the audience, front row center, and she's just waiting, watching, for me to miss a single line.
Got 30 minutes? Then baby, you've got just enough time to fall in love. Get your heart broken, and maybe have a toe-curling moment or two.
Introducing the Lunchtime Listens Romance Audiobook Bundle.
Enemies to lovers, hot hookups, bad boys who don't knock. They kick the damn door in.
Short, spicy, addictive. Perfect for your commute, your lunch break.
And you already know, we don't do full price around here. Get 85% off 28 full-length audiobooks right now with extra steamy and extra savings.
Because lunch breaks are temporary, but book boyfriends are forever.
Ayessa Brown Romance. Chapter 12. Ayessa. The annual Serenity Villa Winter Ball is in full swing, and I am nowhere near it. I am in the library, my sanctuary, a fortress within a fortress. The distant, muffled thrum of a string quartet is a dull, ignorable ache in the background. My laptop is open, the screen glowing with Q1 revenue projections. I am the picture of productivity. I am a complete and utter fraud. I've been staring at the same spreadsheet for an hour, my mind a chaotic mess of Lana's suspicions and the memory of a warm, charcoal gray scarf. My phone buzzes on the table. A text from Lana. Lana, you are not skipping this. I saw a midnight blue dress in your closet that is begging for its moment. Get out of that library, you hermit. I type back a response, my fingers flying across the screen. Me. I am optimizing fiscal strategy. This is a more valuable use of my time. The 3 little dots appear immediately. Lana. Liar. You're hiding. I can feel it from 2 floors away. Don't let your dad's weirdo snow globe and my conspiracy theories win. 5 minutes. 1 dance. Then you can retreat to your spreadsheet cave. I dare you. I stare at the words. I dare you. Lana knows exactly which buttons to push. A dare has always been a call to arms for me, a challenge I can't logically back down from. Hiding out? The voice, quiet and familiar, pulls me from my phone. I look up. Spence is standing in the doorway of the library. He's not wearing a tuxedo, not trying to assume the role of a fairy tale prince. He's in simple black trousers and a crisp white shirt, the top button undone, the sleeves rolled up to his forearms. He looks comfortable, real, and so dangerously handsome it makes the air in my lungs feel thin. I don't hide, I reply, my voice coming out cooler than I feel. I prioritize. I close my laptop with a definitive click. He walks farther into the room, his hands in his pockets. Right. Prioritizing fiscal reports over a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to see Sterling Concord attempt the waltz. I saw him out there. It's a true tragedy of rhythm. You're missing out. A small, traitorous smile touches my lips. He's using humor, aligning us against a common annoyance. It's a clever, disarming tactic. I'm sure I'll survive, I say, standing and walking over to a bookshelf, needing to put some distance between us. I run a finger over a leather-bound spine, the action of familiar grounding comfort. I'm sure you would. He agrees, his voice closer now. I hadn't heard him move. He's standing a few feet away, leaning against a bookshelf. But survival isn't really the point of a party, is it? He pauses, his gaze soft but direct. Come on, Ayessa. Just 1 dance. His words are an uncanny echo of Lana's text. My heart gives a hard, painful thump. Is this a coincidence? Or is he part of the script? Lana's warning rings in my ears. You don't find that timing a little convenient? Why? I challenge, my voice sharp. I turn to face him, crossing my arms over my chest. Why is it so important to you that I go to a party I have no interest in attending? He doesn't flinch at my tone. He just holds my gaze, his expression earnest. Because for the last few days, I've seen you hold this entire place at arm's length, and for 1 minute, during the great gingerbread catastrophe, I saw you let go. And I saw you laugh. He takes a small step closer. I just think you deserve more than 30 seconds of chaos. You deserve at least 3 minutes of a classic waltz. My carefully constructed arguments, my logical reasons for staying away, they all turn to dust. My internal monologue is a screaming match between my 5 years of self-preservation and this infuriatingly gentle man who saw me laugh and thought I deserved more of it. It's a line the cynical part of my brain screams. He's an actor. This is his performance. But the other part of me, the small, hopeful part I've kept locked away, wants so badly to believe him. Fine, I hear myself say. The word is surrender. 3 minutes, and you're timing it. Not 1 second more. A slow, brilliant smile spreads across his face. Deal. The walk from the quiet library to the grand ballroom is like stepping into another dimension. The music swells from a distant hum to a rich, vibrant melody. The air is warm and alive, smelling of perfume and champagne. The room is a swirling kaleidoscope of jewel-toned gowns and black tuxedos, all glittering under the light of 3 massive crystal chandeliers. It's everything I've been systematically avoiding. I feel exposed, out of place in my simple silk blouse and trousers. Spence seems to sense my hesitation. He guides me with a light touch on my elbow through the throng of people toward the edge of the polished dance floor. When we get there, he stops and turns to face me. The string quartet is playing a slow, impossibly romantic melody that I don't recognize. He holds out his hand. I stare at it. His hand is steady, his fingers long and capable. This is the point of no return. My mind is screaming at me to turn around, to go back to the safety of my spreadsheets. But my body, my traitorous body, has other ideas. I lift my own hand and place it in his. The moment our palms touch, it's not a spark, it's a current, a live wire connecting my carefully insulated, self-contained system to him. A jolt of pure, undiluted energy shoots up my arm and straight into my chest. His skin is warm, a little calloused, and utterly real. He gently pulls me onto the dance floor. His other hand comes to rest on the small of my back. A firm, warm pressure that feels both shockingly intimate and incredibly secure. I place my free hand on his shoulder, and then we're moving. He knows how to dance. He guides me with an easy, confident grace, and my body seems to remember how to follow without my brain's permission. The world outside of his arms begins to blur. The swirling colors of the gowns, the faces of the other guests, the oppressive holiday splendor. It all fades into a soft, indistinct backdrop. The only things that are real are the steady warmth of his hand in mine, the solid pressure of his palm on my back, the faint scent of sandalwood and clean linen that surrounds me. He's not holding me too tightly, not trapping me. He's just holding me. For 5 years, every fiber in my body has been braced for impact, perpetually waiting for the next loss, the next catastrophe. It's a state of high alert that has become my new normal. But here, in the circle of his arms, swaying to a melody that feels as old as time, the tension begins to drain out of me. The armor I wear every single day, the heavy, exhausting weight of it, just dissolves. I feel my shoulders drop. I take a deep, shuddering breath, the first truly deep breath I've taken in years. I feel safe. Not safe from the world, but safe in it. Grounded, held. It's the most terrifying and exhilarating feeling I've ever had. The song ends, the final lingering note of a violin hanging in the air, like dust motes in a sunbeam. But we don't stop moving. We just sway gently in the center of the floor as other couples begin to drift away. He looks down at me, and the playful light in his eyes is gone, replaced by something deeper, more serious. His gaze drops from my eyes to my lips. My breath catches. My lips part on a silent, involuntary gasp. He leans in. The world narrows to the few inches of space between our faces. I can see the flecks of gold in his green eyes, feel the warmth of his breath on my skin. This is it. This is the moment where the data becomes irrelevant, where the logic fails. His lips are a whisper away from mine when the next song crashes into the silence, a loud, upbeat swing number that is a violent assault on the fragile moment. Someone bumps into us, A laughing man in a tuxedo spinning his partner. The spell shatters. Spence pulls back, a muscle in his jaw tightening. His expression is a frustrated, unreadable mask. The unspoken question, the promise of the kiss, hangs between us, heavier and more potent than the kiss itself ever could have been. He looks down at me, his voice low and a little rough. "Your 3 minutes are up." He leads me off the dance floor, but he doesn't let go of my hand. The warmth of his palm, the link between us, is the only thing I can feel. My entire carefully curated world, once a set of predictable variables and controlled outcomes, is now consumed by this single, terrifying, all-consuming question: who is Spence? And the more terrifying question that follows: what is he doing to me?
Chapter 13. Spence. I'm still holding her hand. We're walking through the hushed, carpeted hallway of the villa, the vibrant sounds of the winter ball fading behind us like a dream. The only sound is the soft whisper of her silk blouse and the frantic, chaotic drumming of my own heart. Her hand in mine feels like a stolen jewel. I can feel the delicate bones, the electric warmth of her skin. The sane part of my brain, the part that still remembers this is a job, a performance, is screaming at me to let go, put the prop down, end the scene, reestablish distance, but I can't. My fingers tighten their grip slightly, a desperate, involuntary act. If I let go, I'm terrified this fragile, impossible connection we just forged will shatter and evaporate into the cold, empty air. My mind is a war zone. The actor is cataloging the night's success. Objective achieved. Emotional breakthrough initiated. The subject lowered her defenses. William Brown will be pleased. The man is screaming in protest. You are a monster. She trusted you for 3 minutes, and you are leading her down a path paved with your own selfish lies. This is cruel. This is unforgivable. And then there's the part of me I don't recognize, the part that's not the actor or the man, but something new. The heart. And it's just whispering one thing, over and over. I've never felt anything like I did when she was in my arms. I would trade my own future for one more minute of that feeling. I glance at her. She's staring straight ahead, her beautiful face a mask of careful neutrality. But I can see the slight tremor in the hand I'm holding. I can see the vulnerability in the straight, proud line of her shoulders. She's not the CEO right now. She's just a woman who let herself feel something, and is now terrified of the consequences. Just like me. We arrive at the heavy wooden door of her suite. The end of the line. This is the moment I'm supposed to deliver a charming, non-threatening goodnight and walk away, leaving the tension simmering for another day. The script demands it. I reluctantly, finally release her hand. The loss of contact is a physical shock, a sudden coldness where a moment ago there was a fire. Well, I say, my voice sounding rough and unfamiliar to my own ears. This is you. A stupid, inadequate line. It's all I can manage. Yes. She doesn't look at me, her gaze fixed on the door's keypad. Thank you. For the dance, she's retreating, her corporate formality reassembling itself like a shield. The word good night hangs in the air between us, a final, unacceptable curtain call. I can't say it. If I say it, the moment is over. She'll go inside her room and the fortress walls will go back up, and the woman I held on the dance floor will be gone. She looks up at me then, her dark eyes wide and full of a silent, churning conflict that perfectly mirrors my own. I see the fear there, but underneath it, I see a flicker of the same raw, desperate longing that is currently tearing me apart. The script, the contract, the lie, my own ticking clock. It all evaporates. It's incinerated in the heat of her gaze. There is no more acting. There is no more mission. There is only Ayessa. You look beautiful, I say, and the words torn from my chest, raw and unpracticed. It's not a line. It's the truest thing I've ever said. Her breath hitches. Her lips part slightly. I lift my hand, my own movements feeling slow and deliberate, like I'm moving through water. My fingers tremble slightly as I trace the sharp, elegant line of her jaw. It's the same place I saw her touch when she was stressed, the same place I sketched in my notebook. But to feel the warmth of her skin under my fingertips is a revelation. I watch her eyes, searching for any sign of rejection, any hint for me to stop. She doesn't pull away. She leans into my touch, just a fraction of an inch. It's all the permission I need. I lean in, closing the last few inches between us. The first touch of our lips isn't a passionate claiming. It's a question. It's soft, hesitant, almost reverent. Is this okay? Are you with me? I'm giving her all the power, every opportunity to retreat. For a heartbeat, she's perfectly still. And then she answers. She kisses me back, and it's not a hesitant response. It's a surrender, a dam breaking. It's 5 years of grief and loneliness, and a life held in perfect, suffocating control, all pouring into this single, desperate kiss. It's a raw, hungry claiming, and it knocks the air from my lungs. This is the point of no return. The last vestiges of the actor in me die. The lie is a distant, meaningless echo. There is only this, her, the unbelievable, impossible reality of her mouth on mine. My own kiss deepens, no longer a question, but an answer, a promise. My hand slides from her jaw to the back of her neck, my fingers tangling in the soft, coiled hair at her nape, pulling her closer. The kiss finally breaks, leaving us both breathless, foreheads resting together. My eyes are closed, trying to brand this moment onto my soul. The scent of her, freesia, and something uniquely, intoxicatingly her is all around me. I slowly open my eyes. She's looking up at me, her dark eyes searching mine. The ice is gone. The corporate armor is gone. In their place is a raw, stunning, terrifying vulnerability. And in that instant, the full, catastrophic weight of my deception crashes down on me with the force of a physical blow. I just made this fierce, brilliant, guarded woman feel safe enough to completely lower her defenses. I made her feel safe with a lie. I am a fraud. I am a poison. Her lips part, as if she's about to speak, to share another piece of her fragile, reawakening heart, to invite me into the space I just helped her create. And the only thought that screams through my mind is one of pure soul-crushing horror. She's letting me in, and I am...
Chapter 14. Ayessa. The kiss in the hallway is a static shock, a jolt of lightning that reboots my entire operating system. The almost kiss on the dance floor was a question, but this is an answer, a definitive, world-altering statement. Spence's mouth is warm and sure against mine, and for a dizzying, terrifying moment, the years of carefully constructed emptiness inside me are filled with a roaring, rushing sound. He pulls back, just enough to rest his forehead against mine. We're both breathing heavily, the quiet of the hallway amplifying every ragged gasp. His hands cup my face, his thumbs stroking my cheekbones with the tenderness that makes my knees feel weak. His eyes, when I dare to meet them, are dark with an intensity that mirrors the chaos in my own chest. Ayessa, he begins, his voice rough, thick with an emotion I can't name. It sounds like a question, an apology, and a prayer all rolled into one. He's giving me an out. The old Ayessa would take it. But the woman standing here now, with her heart hammering against her ribs and the ghost of his kiss on her lips, doesn't want to be logical. I want to be reckless. My fingers, which have been clenched at my sides, rise and curl into the soft fabric of his shirt. I hold on, anchoring myself to him. Come inside, I say. The words are quiet, a little shaky, but they are a command. His eyes close for a fraction of a second, a flicker of relief crossing his face. When he opens them again, the intensity is still there, but it's softer now. He nods. I lead him into my suite, the door clicking shut behind us. I engage the lock. The soft snick of the deadbolt feels like a monumental act. I am shutting the world out. We're standing in the middle of the room, the space between us humming with nervous, electric energy. The fire burns in the hearth, casting flickering shadows on the walls. "Are you sure?" he asks, his voice soft. I give a firm, single nod. "I'm sure. I hate to burst your bubble when things are just getting started, but this platform won't allow us to air the steamy content coming up in this chapter. If you want us to keep bringing you free audiobooks, we have to abide by their rules." Luckily for you, the unabridged version of every Vic Savon audiobook is available at VicSavonRomance.com. And with promo code VIXA40, you can get 40% off any digital product. Hours later, we're curled together in the massive bed, tangled in the sheets. The fire has died down to glowing embers, but the warmth between our bodies is more than enough. His arm is a heavy, comforting weight around me, his breathing a slow, steady rhythm against my ear. For years I have been acutely, painfully aware of the empty space beside me, a cold, vast continent of loss. But tonight, there is no empty space. There is only the steady, grounding beat of his heart. The jagged, broken edges of myself seem to soften, to slot back into place. I feel whole. And my very last thought, as I drift into the first truly peaceful sleep I've had in half a decade, is the most dangerous, hopeful thought of all. 5 long years have passed, and at last, I am not alone in the dark.
Chapter 15. Spends. I wake to the soft, gray light of dawn. For a long, silent moment, I don't move. My body is warm, my mind is quiet, and there is a weight across my chest that feels like an anchor, holding me to the best dream I've ever had. Then, the dream breathes, a soft, even sigh. And I remember. It's not a dream. It's Ayessa. She's curled against me, her head resting on my chest, one arm thrown possessively over my waist. Her face, so often a mask of controlled, severe focus, is completely relaxed in sleep. Her lips are slightly parted, her brow is smooth. The coily curls of her hair, freed from their tight, professional bun, are a soft, beautiful chaos against the white of the pillowcase. I can feel the slow, steady beat of her heart against my ribs. A perfect, peaceful rhythm. A feeling so pure and powerful swells inside my chest that it physically hurts. It's an overwhelming, breathtaking wave of something. Affection isn't a strong enough word. Desire doesn't even come close. It's a profound, soul-deep recognition. Oh, there you are. This is it. This is the thing I've read about in 1,000 scripts. The thing I've tried to replicate on 100 different stages. Love. Not the performance of it, but the real, terrifying, life-altering substance. I've never felt anything like this in my entire life. I feel an urge so fierce it startles me. To protect this woman. To protect this fragile piece she's found in my arms. To build a wall around this moment and never let the harsh, ugly light of the real world in. And that's when the second wave hits. A freezing, sickening tide of guilt. Because I am the harsh, ugly light of the real world. I am the single greatest threat to her in the entire universe. This peace she feels. I sold it to her. This safety. It's a fabrication. I'm not her sanctuary. I'm the con man who picked the lock on her heart. The joy and the shame are so intertwined they're indistinguishable. A toxic, agonizing cocktail. I'm a fraud. A liar. A performer who got so lost in the role he started to believe his own lines. I know for sure that chills me to the bone. What I have to do. I have to tell her. The thought is terrifying. It's a death sentence. The moment the truth leaves my mouth, all of this, will be over. The woman sleeping peacefully in my arms will be gone, replaced by the Ice Queen with the shattered heart. And she will be right to hate me. I'll deserve it. But she deserves the truth, even if it destroys us, Even if it destroys me, my resolve hardens. It's the hardest decision I've ever made. I'll wait until she wakes up. I'll make her coffee the way she likes it. We'll sit and I will tell her everything, starting with my diagnosis and ending with her father's despicable, desperate contract. I will confess, and I will let the pieces fall where they may. As if summoned by my thoughts, she stirs. A soft murmur escapes her lips, and she snuggles closer, her cheek rubbing against my chest. Her eyes flutter open, dark and cloudy with sleep. They find mine, and for a second there's a flicker of confusion, a brief, unguarded vulnerability. Then recognition dawns, and she smiles. It's not the sharp, sarcastic smile I've seen before. It's not the ghost of a smile from the gingerbread incident. This one is slow, soft, and completely unguarded. It's a smile of pure, uncomplicated contentment. It's the smile from William's before photograph, and seeing it directed at me is a beautiful, brutal punch to the gut. "Hi," she whispers, her voice a husky, intimate sound that belongs only to me, only to this room. The confession I had prepared, the words of truth that were poised on my tongue, they die a swift, silent death. Looking at her face, at the trust in her eyes, I can't do it. I can't be the one to shatter this. Not yet. I am a coward. "Hi yourself," I manage to reply, my voice thick. I force a gentle smile, a performance that feels like it's tearing me in two. "Sleep okay?" "Better than okay," she murmurs, her eyes drifting closed again as she settles against me. "I think the word is... well..." Her admission, the simple, profound piece in it, is another twist of the knife. I've given her a moment of wellness built on a foundation of sickness. "Me too," I lie, the words tasting like acid. "Best sleep I've had in years." We lie there in a comfortable, fraudulent silence for a few more minutes, a fragile, perfect bubble. And then my phone buzzes. The sound is a violent intrusion, a digital shriek from the outside world, from the life I left behind, from the lie that is still my present. It's on the bedside table where I left it last night. Ayessa stirs again, lifting her head slightly. "Is that yours?" "Probably just spam," I say, reaching for it, intending to silence it and throw it across the room. But the screen lights up as I pick it up, and I see the preview of the text message. It's from a number I don't have saved, but I know exactly who it is. From William Brown. "Excellent progress. The first payment has been wired to your account. Keep up the good work." The words leap off the screen and straight into my bloodstream like ice. A wave of profound, soul-deep nausea washes over me. My breath catches in my throat. "Excellent progress. First payment. Keep up the good work." This beautiful, profound, life-altering night, the most real thing that has ever happened to me, has just been reduced to a performance review. A transaction. A key performance indicator that has been met and compensated. I'm not the man who just fell in love. I'm an employee who successfully closed a deal. The warmth of Ayessa's body against mine suddenly feels like a scorching heat. I feel dirty, tainted. I must look as sick as I feel because Ayessa pushes herself up on one elbow, her brow furrowed with genuine concern. The soft, sleepy contentment is gone, replaced by the sharp, analytical focus of the CEO. She's reading my expression, trying to process the data. "Spence?" she asks, her voice soft. "Is everything okay?" "You look like you've just seen a ghost." I stare at her, my heart hammering in my chest. She's looking at me with a tenderness that I have done nothing to earn, while the glowing screen in my hand holds the proof of my monstrous, unforgivable betrayal. She's right. I have seen a ghost. It's the shadow of the man I used to be before I sold my soul for a chance to live. And it's the ghost of the man I could have been with her if...
Chapter 16. Ayessa. I wake up slowly, tangled in sheets that smell like him, sandalwood and safety. For a long, blissful moment, my mind is quiet, my body is warm, and the world consists only of the steady rise and fall of Spence's chest beneath my cheek. Then, a text message. The way the light left his eyes. The way his whole body went rigid with a tension that had nothing to do with me. He's staring at the ceiling, his expression troubled, a million miles away. The ghost he saw is still in the room with us. I lift my head, my voice a quiet intrusion into the morning silence. You're a terrible liar, Spence. His gaze snaps to mine, his green eyes wide with the flicker of panic before he schools his features into a mask of concerned confusion. What are you talking about? Just now, I press, sitting up and pulling the sheet with me. The intimacy of the morning feels suddenly fragile. The phone. You looked like you'd been electrocuted. Don't tell me it was nothing the CEO in me, the part that analyzes data and spots anomalies. Can't let it go. He sighs, a sound heavy with a weariness that feels older than he is. He runs a hand through his already messy hair. It was my agent, he says, his voice low and strained. He's not looking at me but at his hands, which are clasped on his stomach. A rejection. For a role I was really counting on. Just bad timing to get that kind of news. The lie is plausible. It's actor-specific. It accounts for the genuine pain I saw in his eyes. And every instinct I have, honed over years of high-stakes negotiations and corporate deception, tells me it's a lie. But the pain behind it, the deep, aching sorrow as he fixed his gaze on me, is utterly, undeniably real. Whatever his ghost is, it's haunting him just as profoundly as mine haunts me. And in that moment, I make a choice. For the past few days, I've been analyzing him, trying to solve the puzzle of him. I've been weighing Lana's suspicions against the evidence of my own feelings, data versus intuition. But looking at him now, at the raw, unguarded hurt in his face, I realize I don't want to be a CEO. I don't want to be an analyst. I just want this quiet room, this fragile connection. Forget it, I say, my voice softer now. Forget the outside world. No phones today, no laptops, no agents or Q1 revenue projections. I reach out and place my hand over his. Just for today, can we just have this? He turns his hand over, his fingers lacing with mine. The relief that washes over his face is so profound, it's like watching the sun break through the clouds. Yeah, Ayessa, he says, his voice thick with emotion. I'd like that more than anything. An hour later, we're at the edge of the villa's outdoor ice rink. It's a perfect cliché postcard of a winter scene. A circle of impossibly smooth ice surrounded by snow-laden pines with a clear, painfully blue sky overhead. And I am about to make a complete fool of myself. I don't know about this, I say, my fingers locked in a death grip on the cold metal of the safety railing. The rental skates feel like unwieldy blocks of steel strapped to my feet. Spence glides backward in a smooth, effortless circle in front of me, a ridiculously charming grin on his face. What's the problem? It's just frozen water. It's a fundamentally unstable surface, I counter, inching my way along the rail. My entire career is built on mitigating risk. This feels like embracing it with open arms. He laughs, reverberated through the crisp, cold air. It's not a system, it's a dance. You just have to let go a little. He skates closer, extending his hands to me. Come on, trust me, I've got you. His word stills in the air between us. Trust me. The two most dangerous words in the English language. I look from his steady, outstretched hands to the empathy in his eyes, and I take another reckless, illogical leap of faith. I let go of the railing and place my hands in his. For the next hour, we are a mess of flailing limbs and breathless laughter. I am, as predicted, a terrible skater. My ankles wobble, my arms pinwheel for balance, and I spend more time clinging to him for dear life than actually gliding. But he's infinitely patient. His hands a firm, steady anchor in my chaotic orbit. "You're thinking too much," he says, his voice full of laughter as he pulls me back from the brink of another fall. Stop trying to calculate the physics of it and just feel the rhythm. The rhythm is telling me I'm about to have an intimate encounter with the ice. I retort, my knuckles white where I'm gripping his sweater. "Not on my watch," he promises, and he pulls me into a clumsy sliding waltz. We stumble, we spin, we nearly take out a small child building a snowman nearby, and I laugh so hard my stomach hurts. It's easy, effortless. We talk about nothing and everything, favorite movies, worst jobs, the time he accidentally dyed his hair orange in a college play, the time I short-circuited the entire electrical grid of my dorm, trying to build a better router. We are just two people, sharing stories, laughing until our sides ache. The heavy, suffocating weight of the last 5 years lifts. It was a totally new sensation when I felt light. Later, we're sitting by a crackling outdoor fire pit, our skates off, our faces flushed from the cold and the exertion. We're sipping mugs of hot chocolate, so rich it's practically a meal. The sun is beginning to dip below the mountains, painting the snow in shades of soft pink and lavender. A comfortable, happy silence settles between us. "You must have liked Christmas at some point," he says quietly, breaking the silence. No one gets that good at a sarcastic, anti-holiday monologue without some prior experience. His question is gentle, without any pressure behind it. I watch the steam curl up from my mug, the warmth seeping into my cold hands. The old me would have shut him down with a sharp retort or a cool silence, but the woman who just spent an hour laughing on the ice, the woman who woke up in his arms this morning, wants to answer. I did, I admit, my voice softer than I expect. A long time ago. I take a breath, the cold air stinging my lungs. My fiancé. He loved this time of year. The more cliché, the better. He would have loved this. The words are out there now, hanging in the cold air. I've said them. I brace myself for the reaction I always get. The awkward, pitying silence, the clumsy, well-meaning platitude. But Spence just sits there, his gaze steady on my face. He doesn't offer pity. He doesn't offer advice. He just listens, holding the space for my grief without trying to fix it. He waits. "What was his name?" he asks, his voice quiet and full of a simple, respectful curiosity. No one has asked me that in years. People talk about my loss or my tragedy. They tiptoe around the subject, as if saying his name will cause me to shatter. But Spence is asking for him, for the person, not the tragedy. I have to force the name past the lump in my throat. It feels like a betrayal to say it to someone new, like I'm sharing something sacred, but it also feels necessary. "Michael," I whisper. The name a puff of white in the cold air. His name was Michael. I wait. I wait for the wave of crushing grief, the familiar suffocating tide that always comes when I speak of him. But it doesn't come. There is a deep, profound sadness, an ache in my chest that will never truly go away. But it doesn't break me. Saying his name to Spence, sharing that sacred piece of my past, hasn't shattered me. It feels lighter. I look at him, at the profound, unguarded empathy in his eyes, and I feel a wave of gratitude so intense it almost brings me to tears. "Thank you for telling me," he says softly. "Thank you," I reply, my voice thick, "for listening." I lean my head against his shoulder, and he wraps his arm around me, pulling me close. We sit there in a shared, comfortable silence, watching the last sliver of sun disappear behind the mountains. The bubble we've created for ourselves today feels perfect, impenetrable. This feeling of peace, of rightness, is so complete, so absolute, it feels more real than the grief I've carried for 5 years. And a dangerous, terrifying thought takes root in my heart. A thought I am powerless to stop. This feels real. This feels more real than anything. Chapter 17. Ayessa. The bubble lasts for exactly 12 hours. For 12 perfect, uninterrupted hours, I exist in a state of quiet, uncomplicated happiness. The morning after our stolen day, Spence and I sit in the Grand Lodge, tucked into a comfortable corner with mugs of coffee, and just talk. There are no phones. There are no laptops. There is only the easy, flowing current of a conversation that feels like it could last forever. He has this way of listening, a focused stillness that makes me feel like I'm the only person in the universe. He asks about my work, not about the profit margins, but about the intellectual challenge. He asks me to explain the complex algorithms I design, and his eyes don't glaze over. They light up with genuine curiosity. Lana finds us like this, a disgustingly happy domestic scene. She approaches our table, a skeptical eyebrow arched so high it's practically in her hairline. "Well, well, well," she says, her voice a dry, amused drawl. "If it isn't my 2 favorite cast members from Christmas at Cottle Creek. I hope I'm not interrupting a scene where you discover the true meaning of the holidays through the magic of a shared glance." Spence laughs, a warm, easy sound that makes my insides hum. We were just getting to that part. "You're ruining the dramatic tension." "Someone has to," Lana retorts, sliding into the chair next to me. She gives my shoulder a squeeze, but her eyes are fixed on Spence. "So, Ayessa tells me you survived her terrifying impression of a baby deer on the ice yesterday. I'm not sure my ankles have fully forgiven me for that stunt she pulled by the snowman." Spence shoots back, his eyes twinkling. "It was a calculated maneuver designed to test your reflexes," I reply, the playful banter feeling shockingly natural on my tongue. "You passed?" "Barely." "Cute," Lana says, the single word dripping with a complex blend of affection and deep suspicion. "Disgustingly cute. So, Spence, since you're clearly a man of many talents, what are you reading now?" I recognize her tactic immediately. She's gathering data, testing him, looking for the inconsistencies she's so sure are there. But Spence is unflappable. "A collection of short stories by Ted Chiang," he answers easily. "It's all about the intersection of technology and humanity. It's dense, but it's incredible. It actually makes me think of some of the stuff Ayessa was talking about with her work." He turns the conversation back to me, effortlessly demonstrating that he not only listens, but retains the information. It's a masterful parry. I see a speck of grudging respect in Lana's eyes before she masks it. We're all laughing at a story Spence is telling about a disastrous audition when it happens. It's so small, so quick, I almost miss it. His laugh catches in his throat. His hand, the one holding his coffee mug, comes up to his temple and presses, just for a second. A sharp, sudden wince tightens the corners of his eyes and mouth. It's a flash of pure, undiluted pain. Then, as quickly as it came, it's gone. He lowers his hand, the smile returning to his face, a little strained, a little less bright. The moment is so fleeting that he and I, caught in the rhythm of our conversation, move right past it. But Lana doesn't. I see her eyes narrow from across the table. The playful, interrogating glint is gone, replaced by something else. A sharp, clinical, and deeply concerned focus. She saw it. While Spence and I are living inside the bubble, she's on the outside, seeing every crack, every flaw. Her suspicion is shifting. It's no longer just, is this guy a fraud? It's evolving into, what is actually wrong with this guy? Later, Spence pulls out his laptop, insisting on showing me a short film he was in a few years ago. It's terrible, he warns, a flush creeping up his neck. But it's also the first thing I ever got paid for, so it holds a special kind of glory. He places the laptop on the coffee table between us, and we lean in close together, his shoulder pressing against mine. The casual intimacy feels as natural as breathing. As the film starts to buffer, Lana leans forward, her expression a mask of professional concern. "Hang on," she says, her voice sharp. "Is your fan supposed to be screaming like a dying jet engine? That thing is running way too hot. What are your specs?" Spence blinks, thrown by the non sequitur. I have no idea. It's a laptop. It works. Mostly." "Oh, honey, no." Lana is already reaching for the computer. "You're going to fry your logic board. Give it here. I can force quit some background processes and clear your PRAM. It'll take 2 minutes. I can't sit here and watch this kind of hardware abuse. It's offensive to my soul." Her excuse is so perfectly aggressively helpful that refusing would seem rude and secretive. It's a brilliant move. Spence, looking a little bewildered, hands over the laptop. Okay. Thanks." Lana settles back in her chair, the laptop in her lap, her body angled slightly away from us. "Don't worry, you're in good hands," she says, her fingers already flying across the trackpad. She keeps up a stream of distracting chatter, a verbal smokescreen. "So this short film, is it a comedy? A serious drama? Do you die at the end? I love it when the hot guy dies at the end. It's very tragic and romantic." "It's a comedy," Spence laughs, playing along. "And I don't die. I just get humiliated by a runaway goat." Lana's talking, but her voice has become automatic. Her response is a half-second too slow, and then she stops. Her whole body goes rigid. Her smile freezes on her face. Her fingers are motionless on the trackpad. Her eyes, wide and unblinking, are locked on the bottom right corner of the screen. A profound, unnatural stillness settles over her. My own heart begins to hammer in my chest. I can't see the screen from this angle. I can only see my best friend, and she looks like she's just seen a ghost. Her left hand, the one holding her phone in her lap, moves. It's a small, subtle motion. I see her thumb swipe and tap, the almost imperceptible gesture of someone taking a photo they don't want anyone to know they're taking. The moment lasts for maybe 5 seconds, but it stretches into an eternity. Then, just as quickly, the mask is back. Lana blinks, clicks the trackpad a few times with a flourish, and closes the laptop. She hands it back to Spence, her smile a little too bright, a little too brittle. There we go. Good as new. I shut down a bunch of nonsense that was running in the background. Should be much quieter now. Let's see this goat. Spence, completely oblivious, thanks her and reopens the computer, queuing up the film. But I can't focus on the screen. I can't focus on anything but Lana. She's leaning back in her chair, the picture of nonchalance, but her knuckles are white where she's gripping her coffee mug. Spence gets up to grab us all a refill, leaving Lana and me alone in a suddenly suffocating silence. "Lana," I say in a low, urgent whisper. "What was that? What did you see?" She won't look at me. She busies herself by meticulously straightening the sugar packets in the ceramic holder on the table. What was what? Just helping the technologically challenged leading man out of a jam. Someone has to. Don't lie to me. My voice is sharp now. Your smile didn't reach your eyes for a full minute back there. I saw you take a picture of his screen. What did you find? She finally stops fiddling with the sugar packets and looks at me. Her expression is stripped of all humor, all teasing. It's an expression I've only ever seen on her face a handful of times in our lives, in the moments of true crisis. It's serious, scary, and so fiercely protective it makes my blood run cold. "We'll talk about it later," she says, Her voice final, non-negotiable. Not here. She turns her head as Spence approaches, her bright fake smile snapping back into place. The bubble is gone. It hasn't just been pierced, it's been obliterated. I'm left floating in the wreckage, caught between the easy, laughing man I'm falling for and a terrifying unknown secret that my best friend, my anchor, my reality check, is now hiding from me. The sense of dread is a physical thing, a cold, heavy weight in the pit of my stomach. Since I arrived, I have no idea who to trust. You ever think about that one person? Yeah, that one. The one that got away. Or maybe the one who never really left your heart.
They broke it once, but what if they're the only one who can fix it?
Who, baby? Now we're talking second chances. 8 full-length audiobooks, dozens of hours of longing, regret, and the kind of love that refuses to stay buried.
And because healing your heart shouldn't break the bank, you get all of this for 70% off. Use the YouTube exclusive code VIXA40 and get an additional 40% off.
The Second Chance Romance Audiobook Bundle.
It's not too late.
Vixa Vaughn Romance.
Chapter 18. Spence. The walls are closing in. It's a tangible sensation, a pressure behind my eyes that reminds me the clock is ticking. On me. On us. The text from William is burned into my memory. Excellent progress. The first payment has been wired. They've taken the most beautiful, profound night of my life and turned it into a line item on an invoice. The guilt is a constant, low-grade fever. I have to tell her the truth. But the thought of her face when I confess, the thought of that fragile, emerging trust shattering into a million pieces of ice, it paralyzes me. I am a coward. So I'm stealing time. Every smile, every laugh, every quiet moment is a jewel I'm pocketing before the entire vault explodes. I see her walking across the great lawn, the winter sun glinting off her dark hair. She looks peaceful. And the sight of her, so calm and unguarded, ignites a desperate, frantic urgency in my chest. I need one more perfect moment. One more memory to hold on to when I'm surrounded by the wreckage I'm about to create. I intercept her near the edge of the woods. She smiles when she sees me, a genuine, heart-stopping smile that makes the world tilt. "Hey, you," she says. I don't answer. Words are stuck behind the lump of fear in my throat. I just take her hand, my fingers lacing tightly with hers. "Come with me," I manage to say, my voice rougher than I intend. She raises an eyebrow, a flicker of amusement in her eyes. "Are you kidnapping me, Spence?" A dark, humorless smile touches my lips. "Something like that," I reply, pulling her gently toward a less traveled path that leads deeper into the silent, snow-covered forest. "I need you to myself, away from everyone." The playful glint in her eyes softens. She sees the urgency, hears the desperation, and she squeezes my hand, letting me lead her into the quiet cold. I take her to a secluded gazebo tucked away in a grove of birch trees. It's our own world. I lead her inside, out of the wind. She turns to face me, her dark eyes full of questions. I can't explain the storm of love and terror raging inside me. So I show her. I cup her face, my thumb stroking her cheekbones. I'm memorizing her, the exact shade of her dark brown eyes, the tiny faded silver scar on her left temple, the way her bottom lip is just slightly fuller than the top. If you want to know where this naughty scene is headed, you'll have to get it from VixaVaughnRomance.com. This platform has rules and guidelines that we have to follow in order to keep these free stories coming. Find any Vixa audiobook on her website and use code VIXA40 for a 40% discount to make up for these interruptions. Let's return to the story. Afterward, we lie tangled together, wrapped in our coats against the cold. Her head is on my chest, her breathing slow, and even as she drifts towards sleep, I watch her, my fingers gently tracing the curve of her shoulder. This is it, this perfect, fragile piece, and I am the one who has to shatter it. I will tell her, I vow to myself. Soon, but not today. I was selfish, and I needed one more perfect day. She murmurs something in her sleep and snuggles closer. She trusts me, utterly. The weight of that trust is a crushing pressure on my chest. Every perfect, beautiful moment I steal is just another piece of kindling for the fire. And I know, with a certainty that feels like a death sentence, that I'm the one who's going to light the match that burns her entire world to the ground.
Chapter 19. Ayessa. The world has thawed. That's the only way I can describe it. For 5 years, I've been living in a personal ice age, my emotions frozen solid, my heart a fossil trapped in permafrost. But the last 24 hours with Spence, it's been like the first day of a cataclysmic spring. The air in my lungs feels different, lighter. Colors seem sharper. The deep emerald of the pines against the stark white snow, the impossible blue of the winter sky. Even the lingering chill on my skin from our frantic, desperate encounter in the gazebo feels like a delicious secret, a physical reminder that I am alive, that I can feel. Every time I move, I'm aware of a pleasant ache deep in my muscles, a phantom echo of his hands on my hips, his weight pressing me into the bench, the raw, possessive sound of his voice as I'm walking back from the main lodge, a cup of tea warming my hands, a small, genuine smile on my face, when a hand closes around my arm. The grip is firm, urgent. I turn, expecting Spence, and my smile falters. It's Lana, and she looks like she's seen a ghost who owes her money. Her perfectly styled locks are slightly askew, and her mouth is a grim, flat line. There's none of her usual easygoing warmth in her eyes. They're dark and serious. Hey, what's up? I try for casual, but a knot of unease is already tightening in my stomach. Lana doesn't answer. She just tugs me off the main path, behind a thick cluster of snow-dusted firs that shields us from view of the lodge. Her silence is more alarming than any shout could ever be. Lana, you're scaring me. Spit it out. Her words are clipped, each one a tiny, sharp icicle. I did some digging on your boy. I stiffen, my hand tightening on my cup. He's not my boy. And what do you mean you did some digging? He's not a national security threat. There's an edge to my voice I don't bother to hide. I feel a sudden, fierce need to protect him. To protect us. Don't get defensive, Ayessa. You know I'm always going to have your back. You hired me to vet your investments. And let's be real, you're investing a lot more than money right now. She pulls out her phone, her thumb swiping across the screen with sharp, angry movements. I just ran a few background checks. Standard stuff. Financials were clean, no criminal record. But some things didn't add up. What things? The tea in my hands is suddenly cold. She turns the phone toward me. On the screen is a screenshot of a patient portal confirmation. My eyes scan the details, the clinical black text on a sterile white background. Patient: Spencer Spence Jones. Appointment: neurosurgery consultation. Physician: Dr. Alistair Finch. Facility: Johns Hopkins Hospital, Department of Neurosurgery. Date: October 27th, 2025. The date is 3 weeks from now. Neurosurgery. The word seems to vibrate in the cold air, alien and terrifying. My mind scrambles, trying to find purchase, an explanation, anything. It's a mistake. It's for a family member. I looked up Dr. Finch, Lana says, her voice softening slightly, pulling me from my frantic internal spiral. He's one of the top neurosurgeons in the country. Specializes in high-risk complex cases, brain tumors, vascular malformations. She trails off, but she doesn't need to finish. A wave of nausea rolls through me, so potent I have to brace a hand against a tree trunk to stay upright. The image of Spence in the gazebo flashes in my mind, strong, vital, so incredibly alive. How could that man be sick? I don't think he's a gold digger, Ayessa, Lana says gently, and the pity in her voice is like acid. I don't think this has ever been about your money. I think he's ill, and I think he's hiding something huge from you. The thought is a punch to the gut. The secrecy, the desperation I felt from him in the woods. Was it fear? Was he running out of time? My anger at Lana's snooping dissolves, replaced by a cold, hollowing dread that is somehow worse. This is a tragedy, not a betrayal. He's dying. The thought is so horrific I can't fully form it. My world tilts, the snowy landscape blurring at the edges. But why wouldn't he tell me? The question is a raw, wounded whisper. Maybe he didn't know how. Maybe he was trying to protect you. Lana's expression is grim. Or maybe he's just a coward. She hesitates, her thumb hovering over the screen. Before you go full Florence Nightingale, there's something else. I almost didn't show you this, because the first thing is a lot, but you deserve to know everything. What? My voice is flat, lifeless. What could possibly be worse than the man I'm falling for having a ticking clock inside his skull? I hacked his email. Lana, don't Lana me. It was for your own good. I found this. She swipes, and a new image fills the screen. It's another screenshot, this one of an email. My eyes snag on the sender's name first, and the air is violently sucked from my lungs. From William Brown, my father. The subject line is 3 words. 3 cold, corporate, soul-crushing words that vaporize every last bit of the warmth I've felt over the past few days. Subject: contractual obligations. My vision narrows until the screen is the only thing in the universe. My mind, which was just reeling with scenarios of tragic illness and selfless protection, snaps into a horrifying, crystal-clear focus. I read the body of the email. It's short, a single sentence. Spence, a reminder that the terms of our agreement stipulate a clear timeline for emotional and physical progression, with the final objective to be met before the end of the fiscal quarter. The world doesn't just tilt, it shatters. The roaring in my ears is so loud I can't hear the birds in the trees or the distant sound of laughter from the lodge. Emotional and physical progression, the kiss in the hallway, the vulnerability in my suite, the raw, desperate passion in the gazebo. It wasn't passion, it wasn't a thaw, it was a line item, a deliverable, a contractual obligation. A cold, venomous voice hisses in my head. He's an employee. I can feel the blood draining from my face. Every tender touch, every whispered word, every seemingly genuine moment replays in my mind. But now it's all tainted, twisted into a grotesque performance. His desperate, "I need you in the woods," wasn't a cry from the heart. It was an attempt to meet a deadline. I wasn't a woman he was connecting with. I was an objective to be met before the end of the fiscal quarter. The humiliation is a physical thing, a hot, searing wave that washes over me, so intense it makes me want to vomit. I've been played, not just by some handsome stranger, but by a man hired by my own father. It's a strategic, calculated, corporate-sponsored demolition of my heart. Ayessa? Lana's voice sounds very far away. Ayessa, say something. I can't. My throat is closed. I push her phone back at her, my hand shaking so badly the device rattles against her fingers. I straighten up, pulling my shoulders back, the movement stiff, robotic. The CEO is back online. The woman who was smiling 5 minutes ago, the one who felt the world thawing around her, is gone. She was a temporary illusion. In her place is a woman encased in a fresh, thick sheet of ice. Thank you for the information, Lana, I say, and my voice is unrecognizable. It's flat, devoid of all emotion, the voice I use to fire executives who fail to meet their targets.
Chapter 20. Spence. The walk to Ayessa's suite is the longest journey of my life. Every step is a conscious effort, my boots heavy on the plush runner of the hotel corridor. The air, once filled with the promise of her, now feels thin, suffocating. My heart is a frantic drum against my ribs, an unsteady rhythm counting down the seconds to my own execution. But I have to do this. The decision settled in my gut sometime in the cold, sleepless hours before dawn, a hard, unavoidable stone of truth. I can't build a single real thing with her on a foundation of lies. The joy I felt in the gazebo, the earth-shattering rightness of being inside her, it was all poisoned from the start. And the only antidote, the only possible path forward, is a confession that will most likely destroy us. I've rehearsed the words 100 times, and they taste like ash in my mouth every time. Ayessa, there's something I have to tell you about your father. About me. It started as a job, a contract, but it became... What? It became real? How can I expect her to believe that when the very ground she stands on is about to give way? I round the final corner, my fist already raising to knock on her door, and I freeze. She's already there, standing in the hallway. But she's not alone. Lana is with her, a protective, stone-faced sentinel at her side. Ayessa isn't looking at me. She's staring at a point on the wall just past my shoulder, her posture unnervingly still. She's wearing the same elegant black coat from yesterday, but the piece I saw in her on the lawn is gone. It's been replaced by something brittle, something terrifyingly empty. The air crackles with a tension so thick it's a physical presence. This isn't a coincidence. They were waiting for me. Ayessa, I begin, the name a rough, uncertain sound in the quiet hall. My carefully rehearsed speech dissolves into nothing. Her eyes, when they finally move to meet mine, are not filled with the anger or the hurt I expected. They're vacant. It's the chilling, hollowed-out look of a beautiful building after a fire, all the life and warmth gutted from the inside, leaving only the shell. That look does more damage to me than any scream ever could. Lana holds up her phone, the screen facing me. But it's Ayessa who speaks, and her voice is a ghost of itself, a flat, toneless thing that seems to echo from a great distance. "It's a deceptively simple thing," she remarks, her gaze fixed on me, unblinking. Black text on a white screen. So clean. So efficient. My eyes drop to the phone. I already know what I'm going to see. The email from William Brown. Contractual obligations. Emotional and physical progression. Final objective, the language of a corporate takeover. The floor drops out from under me. It's over. I didn't even get the chance to confess. I was simply caught. The difference is monumental. One is an act of contrition. The other is a failed deception. "Ayessa, please," I choke out, taking a step toward her. "Let me explain." Lana takes a half step forward, a silent, effective barrier. "I think you've done enough explaining with your actions," she says, her tone dripping with ice. Ayessa holds up a hand, a small, dismissive gesture that stops Lana cold. Her focus remains entirely on me, a laser-like intensity in her deadened eyes. "Explain what, Spence?" she asks, the question devoid of any real curiosity. It's a formality, an executioner asking for last words. Should you explain the timeline? Or perhaps you could clarify the deliverables. Walk me through the key performance indicators my father set for you. The business terms, my own language, turned into weapons and fired back at me. Each word is a perfectly aimed bullet. The shame is a hot, corrosive acid flooding my veins. "It wasn't like that," I insist, my voice cracking. "It started that way, but it changed." Everything changed. A sound that might be a laugh, but holds no humor, escapes her lips. It's a dry, rattling sound. Changed? When did it change? Was it before or after you met the Q1 projections for physical progression in that gazebo yesterday? Was that you closing a deal? Tell me, was I a good investment? Stop it. The words are ripped from me, a raw plea. Please, don't do this. Don't do what? She counters, her voice finally rising, cracking through the veneer of ice to reveal the raging inferno of pain beneath. Don't ask for clarification on the terms of my own violation. You were paid to get close to me, paid to sleep with me. That has a name, Spence. No. My head is shaking, a frantic, useless denial. I try to reach for her, to touch her arm, to make her feel the truth thrumming under my skin. She flinches back from my touch as if I'm white-hot iron. The small, violent recoil shatters what's left of my composure. Was any of it real? The question is so quiet, so hollow. It's almost lost in the suffocating silence of the hallway. But it hits me with the force of a physical blow. It's the only question that has ever mattered. My carefully constructed world, the one where I could somehow separate the lie from the truth, crumbles into dust. I look at her pale, devastated face, at the single, traitorous tear that finally breaks free and traces a silent, glistening path down her cheek, and the full, catastrophic weight of what I've done crashes down on me. I didn't just lie to her. I took her fragile, emerging hope, and I used it as a weapon against her. I took the resurrection she was fighting for and turned it into a transaction. A hot, shameful pressure builds behind my eyes. I fight it, but it's no use. The first tear breaks free, a traitorous drop of heat on my cold skin. Yes, I whisper, the word thick, strangled. My vision blurs. Ayessa, all of it. From the first moment I saw you laugh by the fireplace, to yesterday in the woods. Every second I wasn't thinking about the contract. Every moment I was just with you. That was real. It was more real than anything in my entire goddamn life. She watches my tears as if they're a foreign substance she's analyzing under a microscope. There's no softening in her expression, no flicker of empathy. There is only the vast, empty chasm I created between us. Your tears are not a part of the contract, I assume, she says, her voice regaining its glacial calm. Or is this just an unbilled expense? The cruelty of it is breathtaking. It's a shield, I know that, a wall of razor wire built from her pain. But it cuts me to ribbons. I was going to tell you, I say, the last, desperate defense of a guilty man. Today, I was on my way to tell you everything. A convenient confession now that you've been caught. She gives a small, final shake of her head, a gesture of dismissal. It's the gesture a CEO makes when a deal has fallen through, when the pitch has failed. It's final. You fulfilled your contractual obligations, Spencer. The project is complete. She turns then without another word and walks to her door. Lana stays behind for a moment, her eyes burning into me with a look of pure, unadulterated contempt before she follows. The door opens. Ayessa steps inside, her back ramrod straight. She doesn't look back. The door closes. The soft, final click of the lock sliding into place is the loudest sound I've ever heard. It's the sound of my world ending. I'm left alone in the hallway, the echo of her hollow question. Was any of it real? Reverberating in the ruins of everything I've just destroyed.
Chapter 21. Ayessa. The click of the lock sliding into place is not an ending. It's the sound of a vault door sealing shut, my own personal Fort Knox, where the asset being protected is the shattered, worthless rubble of my heart. I stand in the center of the suite, my back to the door, and listen to the silence. This silence is unique than the one I've lived with for 5 years. That was the silence of emptiness, of loss. This is the silence of a vacuum, of everything that was beautiful and nascent being violently sucked away. Lana is by the fireplace, her arms crossed, her posture radiating a furious protective energy. She looks like a panther ready to defend its territory. My territory. I can call security, she offers, her voice a low, dangerous rumble. I can have him removed from the property. Say the word, and he'll be a bad memory before your tea gets cold. I shake my head. A small, tight movement. No, don't. Ayessa, for God's sake, why not? The man is a corporate gigolo hired by your father. He doesn't deserve your consideration. It's not for him, I reply, my voice feeling disconnected from my body, like a bad audio dub. It's for me. I don't want a scene. I don't want a spectacle. I just want nothing. I want to rewind time. I want to unkiss him, untouch him, unfeel the cataclysmic thaw he initiated. I want my sterile, predictable, frozen world back. A sharp, frantic knock rattles the door. Knock, knock, knock. Lana's head whips toward the sound, a snarl twisting her lips. You have got to be kidding me. Ayessa! Spence's voice comes through the thick wood, muffled and thick with a desperation that makes my stomach clench. Please, just open the door. Just give me 5 minutes to explain. 5 minutes? I murmur to myself, a bitter, humorless smile touching my lips. Is that billable? Don't you dare, Lana warns, seeing the look on my face, the flicker of something that might be mistaken for indecision. Don't you open that door. There is no explanation that makes this okay. I know, I whisper, but my feet are moving. It's not a conscious decision. It's a morbid, self-destructive curiosity. It's the same impulse that makes people slow down to look at a car wreck. I need to see the full extent of the damage. I need to understand every detail of my own destruction. I reach the door, my hand hovering over the deadbolt. Ayessa, I'm begging you. He calls out again, his palm hitting the door in a flat, pleading smack. Don't shut me out. Not like this. My fingers, moving with a will of their own, turn the lock. I pull the door open just enough to see him. He looks wrecked. The confident, easygoing man who led me into the woods is gone, replaced by this hollow-eyed stranger with the tear tracks glistening on his cheeks. His hair is a mess from where he's clearly been running his hands through it, and his expression is a raw, open wound of guilt and panic. For a split second, a treacherous part of my heart aches for him. Then I remember the email. Emotional and physical progression. The ache curdles into something cold and hard. You have 60 seconds, I state, my voice as flat and unyielding as a slab of granite. He looks past me, sees Lana standing guard by the fire, and then his gaze returns to me, pleading. Can I come in? Can we do this in private? No. The finality in that single word seems to hit him harder than a slap. He visibly flinches. Okay, he says, nodding, collecting himself. He takes a deep, shuddering breath. Okay. What you saw? It's true. It started as a job. Your father hired me. Hearing him admit it, hearing the words spoken aloud in his own voice, is a fresh kind of violation. The black and white text on the screen was an abstraction. This is a confession. He was worried about you, Spence continues, his words tumbling out in a rush, a jumbled mess of excuses. He said you'd closed yourself off, that he was losing you. He offered to finance my sister's surgery, this experimental treatment. I needed the money, Ayessa. I was desperate. Surgery. The word from Lana's first screenshot clicks into place. The neurosurgery consultation. For a moment, the two pieces of information spin in my head, refusing to connect. A sick sister, a paid contract. They're two different stories. My feelings for you, though? That was never part of the deal, he says, his eyes boring into mine, trying to force me to believe him. That happened on its own. That first night, when you told me about Michael, when I saw the real you, everything changed. What I feel for you is real. And that's when the two stories collide. They don't just connect. They fuse together in a monstrous, new configuration that is 1,000,000 times worse than a simple lie. The coldness in my chest solidifies, crystallizing into a jagged, painful mass. A laugh escapes me. It's a horrifying sound, sharp and brittle and full of jagged edges. Real? I echo, the word tasting like poison. You want to talk about what's real? I take a step forward, forcing him to take a step back into the hallway. Lana is suddenly at my side, a silent, steady presence. Let's talk about reality, Spence. The reality is that my father, a man who sees everything as a transaction, found you. A man in desperate need of a large sum of cash. A man with a sick sister. And he pointed you at his broken daughter. No, it wasn't like that. Wasn't it? I cut him off, my voice rising, gaining a venomous strength. Don't you dare stand there and try to sell me some romantic nonsense about how you fell for me. You didn't see a woman when you looked at me. You saw a solution. You saw a walking, talking ATM with a conveniently broken heart that would make your problems go away. That's not true, he shouts, his own frustration boiling over. I am falling in love with you. Stop. The word is a blade. Stop saying that. You don't get to use those words. They're not in your contract. I watch the hope in his eyes die, and I feel a grim, terrible satisfaction. I finally understand. The pity. The reverence. It wasn't for me. It was for the poor, tragic, broken little thing whose trust you had to exploit to save yourself. It's almost noble, in a twisted way. You weren't just a hussy. You were a martyr. Ayessa, please. You're twisting everything. Am I? I challenge, my voice dropping to a dangerously quiet level. My entire life, I have been William Brown's daughter, a name, an asset, a legacy. After Michael died, I became a ghost, a memory, a project to be fixed. But you managed to create something entirely new. You made me a mark, a target, a means to an end. The memory of the gazebo, of his mouth on my skin, his body inside mine, flashes in my mind. The memory is no longer warm or passionate. It feels like trespassing. It feels like theft. He didn't just take my body, he took my hope. He took the first flicker of life I'd felt in 5 years and revealed it to be a paid-for illusion. He has just confirmed my deepest, most terrified suspicion about myself. That I am so fundamentally broken that the only way to get a man to touch me, to want me, is to pay him. The fight drains out of him. His shoulders slump in defeat. He sees it in my eyes. The absolute irreversible nature of this shattering. There is nothing left to salvage. I have been a fool, I say. The words a quiet final verdict on myself. But the one thing I am not is a bad investment. You were hired to do a job. I meet his tear-filled gaze, my own eyes completely dry. The ice is back, thicker and colder than ever before. My fortress is rebuilt, and this time, the walls are impenetrable. Consider it completed. You're fired. I didn't wait for a response. I left him, on the wreckage of his face, on the entire catastrophic mess. I walk back into my suite. Lana follows, her hand a firm, grounding pressure on the small of my back. I don't tell her to close the door. I know she will. I walk straight to my purse, my movements precise and efficient. I pull out my phone, my fingers swiping across the screen, my thumb hovering momentarily over a contact name I have not willingly pressed in years. Then I press the call button. It rings twice. Ayessa? My father's voice, smooth and controlled as always, comes through the line. To what do I owe the pleasure? I walk to the window and look out at the pristine, white, indifferent snow. You asked me to come home, I explained in a perfect, chilling imitation of his own. Calm, collected, devoid of weakness. Congratulations, I'm on my way. And when I get there, We need to have a serious discussion about your latest acquisition.
Chapter 22. Spence. The click of the lock is a sound of absolute finality. It's a judge's gavel. It's a coffin lid closing. I stand in the silent hallway, a ghost in a place that was, for a fleeting moment, the most vibrant and real world I had ever known. Her final word stays in the air between me and the unmoving door. She reduced everything, the tentative smiles, the soul-bearing confessions, the frantic, earth-shattering passion, to the one thing it was never supposed to be. A job. She took my lie and made it the only truth. And the worst part is, she's right to do it. I don't know how long I stand there. Time seems to have stopped. People walk past me, their cheerful chatter and the scent of their perfume barely registering. They are in a different dimension, one where hope and happiness are still viable concepts. My world has shrunk to this patch of carpet in a silent, empty canyon of shame. Eventually, my legs start to move, though I don't command them to. It's a slow, shuffling retreat back to my small room on the ground floor. The walk feels 1,000 miles long. Every carved picture frame on the wall, every decorative sconce is an accusing eye. They all saw me. They all knew what I was. When I get to my room, the first thing I do is throw up in the small bathroom sink. My body purges the acidic shame my mind can't process. I rinse my mouth out, gripping the edges of the sink, and stare at the stranger in the mirror. His eyes are shot with red. His face is pale and gaunt. He seems the type who has just gambled away his soul and lost. I look around the sterile, impersonal room. A bed, a small desk, a closet. I have nothing here. Nothing that matters. I pull my duffel bag from the closet and throw it on the bed. The movements are robotic, numb. I'm a machine programmed for one task. Erasure. I need to erase myself from this place, from her life. I pull clothes from the drawers and stuff them into the bag, not bothering to fold them. A pair of jeans. A few shirts. Then my hand closes around the thick wool of the sweater I was wearing in the gazebo. I bring it up, and the scent hits me. It's faint, almost imaginary, but it's there. Wood smoke, cold pine, and a ghost of her perfume. The numbness that has been encasing me cracks, and the pain that floods in is so immense, so absolute, that it steals my breath. A raw, guttural sob is torn from my chest. I collapse onto the bed, burying my face in the sweater, and I weep. I cry for the man I tried to be with her, for the fool who thought he could keep a poisoned secret and a pure love in the same heart. I cry for her, for the beautiful, fragile thaw I was privileged to witness, and for the killing frost I brought down upon it. After the storm passes, I'm left hollowed out, empty. There's one last thing I have to do. One final bridge to burn. My phone feels like a lead weight in my hand. I find the contact, my thumb hovering over the name. William Brown, the architect of my ruin. I press the call button. He answers on the second ring, his voice as smooth and unbothered as if he were ordering lunch. "Spencer, I trust you have a progress report for me." I can picture him perfectly, sitting in a leather chair in a high-rise office, looking down on the world, moving people like chess pieces. My hands clench into fists. "The project is complete," I barely say in a raw, shredded way. The words taste like bile. "Excellent," he replies, a note of satisfaction in his tone. "I knew you had it in you." A bit of emotional volatility from her, I presume, but you handled it. The final payment will be wired upon confirmation of her return to New York. The casual, callous nature of his words, the way he discusses his daughter's heart as if it's a hostile company being acquired, breaks the last of my restraint. "There is no final payment," I snarl into the phone. A beat of silence on the other end. "I beg your pardon?" "I said there is no final payment. The deal is off. I'm not taking another goddamn cent from you." "Let's not be hasty, son." William's voice is still calm, but now it's the condescending calm of a man dealing with a hysterical subordinate. Whatever spat you two have had, it will pass. You've done the hard part. Just see it through. See it through? I laugh, a harsh, ugly sound. You think this is a game? You think her heart is some kind of corporate ladder for me to climb? I just stood there and watched the most incredible woman I have ever known look at me like I was something she'd scraped off her shoe. And she was right. Because of you. Because of this filthy, disgusting deal. Watch your tone, Spencer. Remember who you're talking to. Remember your situation. The threat, veiled but unmistakable, sends a tremor of fear through me, but it's overshadowed by a tidal wave of rage. Don't you dare, I whisper, my voice shaking with fury. Don't you dare use that as a bargaining chip in this. This is over. I'm not your puppet anymore. I take a deep, ragged breath, preparing to say the only true words I have left. My feelings for her were never for sale. They were the only part of this that wasn't a lie. And I will not let you put a price tag on them. You're making a monumental mistake, William says, his voice finally turning to ice. No, I reply, a strange, bleak clarity settling over me. The mistake was ever thinking a deal with the devil came without a price. Keep your money. I hang up before he can reply, stabbing the red icon on the screen. I toss the phone onto the bed. The silence that follows is profound. I've just severed my only lifeline. The weight of that decision is crushing. But in the middle of all the despair, there's a tiny flickering ember of something else. Freedom. I've lost everything, which means I have nothing left to lose. My eyes land on my sketchbook lying on the small desk. It's the only thing of value I have left. I pick it up, my thumb tracing the worn cover. I open it, and her face looks up at me from the page. Dozens of sketches. Ayessa smiling by the fire. Ayessa reading, her brow furrowed in concentration. Ayessa sleeping in my arms in the bed, looking so peaceful. Ayessa in the gazebo, her head thrown back in ecstasy. A frantic, desperate sketch I made from memory in the middle of the night. This was real. My observation of her, my fascination, my growing obsession. This was the part of me that existed outside of William Brown's contract. This was the truth. I tear out the first page, the one with my name and number. The rest of it is hers. It's a record of how I truly saw her, a testament to the woman who thawed me out, even as I was preparing to freeze her over. With a final, desperate resolve, I grab a pen and a sheet of hotel stationery. My hand is unsteady, my letters jagged. The note is short. I have no right to explanations or apologies. I've only one thing left to offer her. This was real. I zip my duffel bag, leaving the sweater on the bed. I can't take it with me. I walk out of the room, not looking back, and head to the front desk. The concierge, a kind-faced woman named Mary, smiles at me. Checking out, Mr. Jones? Yes, I say, my voice hoarse. I place the sketchbook on the marble counter. Could you please see that this gets to Ayessa Brown in the presidential suite? It's important. She eyes the worn book, then me, her smile softening with a hint of concern. Of course, sir. I'll make sure she receives it personally. Thank you. I turn and walk toward the automatic glass doors. I don't have a plan. I don't have any money beyond the few $100s in my wallet. My sister's future is a terrifying, gaping question mark. I've lost the only woman I have ever truly loved. The doors slide open, and a blast of frigid air hits my face. It feels appropriate. I step out into the cold, leaving the warmth, the fire, and the ghost of a love I was never worthy of behind me. I have nothing. I am nothing. And it's exactly what I deserve.
Chapter 23. Ayessa. My apartment is a liar. It's a minimalist cathedral of glass, steel, and polished concrete, overlooking the glittering, indifferent skyline of Manhattan. Everything is in its place. The coffee table is clear, save for a single artfully placed book I have no intention of reading. The white sofa cushions are perfectly plumped. There are no photographs, no clutter, no life. For 5 years, this space has been a perfect reflection of my interior world, clean, cold, and meticulously controlled. Now, it feels like a stage set for a play I no longer have the script for. The order and the silence mock the violent, chaotic storm raging inside me. I'm standing in the center of the living room, my coat still on, the phone pressed to my ear. The flight back from the resort was a silent 8-hour exercise in holding my breath. I didn't speak to Lana. I didn't cry. I simply existed, a statue of fury and humiliation hurtling through the sky. But the moment I stepped back into this sterile tomb, I made the call. He answered on the second ring. There's a beat of silence on the other end of the line, the kind that signifies a strategist reassessing the battlefield. Ayessa, my father, William Brown, finally replies, his tone smooth as polished marble. I'm glad you're back. I did what I thought was necessary. The sheer, unmitigated arrogance of that statement cracks the ice I've encased myself in. A sound bubbles up from my chest, a harsh, grating thing that might be a laugh. Necessary? I repeat, the word dripping with a venom I didn't know I possessed. Tell me, Dad, at what point in your risk assessment did you decide that a timeline for emotional and physical progression was a necessary component of my grief counseling? I hear him take a sharp breath. I used his own monstrous words, and they found their mark. That was a poor choice of phrasing in a confidential document, he counters, his voice losing a fraction of its composure. It was a means to an end. The end being your well-being. My well-being? I begin to pace the length of my floor-to-ceiling windows, the city lights a dizzying, mocking blur. You think my well-being is something you can outsource? That you can hire a temp to come in and coax your broken daughter back to life? Is that what you did after Mom died? Did you look for consultants who specialized in spousal grief management? Do not bring your mother into this, he snaps, his voice turning hard. Oh, I think I have every right to bring her into this, I shout, the sound echoing in the cavernous, empty room. You've been treating me like her ghost for 5 years. You didn't see me mourning Michael. You saw her, wasting away. You didn't see my sadness. You saw a liability, a dip in the stock of our family name that had to be corrected. You don't process grief, Dad. You mitigate damages. I was losing you, he thunders back, and I hear a crack in his own voice, a fissure that exposes the raw fear beneath. Ayessa, you were disappearing. You were a ghost in your own life. Whenever I visited your apartment, it was like this mausoleum. You looked right through me. I watched your mother fade away into her sadness, and I swore to God I would not watch it happen to my own daughter. For a single treacherous second, his words almost reach me, a flicker of the terrified man behind the CEO, the husband who lost his wife, the father who feared losing his child. Then I remember Spence's face in the gazebo, the reverence in his eyes, the worshipful touch of his hands, a performance, all of it, a beautifully executed, paid-for lie orchestrated by the man on the far end of this phone. You didn't lose Mom to sadness, I say, my voice dropping, becoming lethally quiet. You lost her because you treated her heart like a failing business venture. You sent therapists and doctors and specialists, but you never once just sat with her. You never just held her hand and let her be sad. You can't stand weakness, can you? You can't stand anything that can't be quantified, managed, and overcome. Love is not a weakness, Ayessa, but drowning in the past is. I did what I had to do to pull you out of it, and it worked. Don't tell me it didn't. That man made you smile. He made you laugh. For the first time in 5 years, you sounded like my daughter again. The dam of my composure doesn't just break, it explodes. "That wasn't me!" I scream, the sound tearing from my throat, raw and ragged. A sob finally breaks free, a gut-wrenching, ugly sound. "That was a character in a play you directed. You didn't bring me back to life. You just hired a better actor to portray the part of my boyfriend than the one I lost. You think that was real?" Feeling his hands on my body, thinking, believing that someone could want me, the broken, hollowed-out version of me, only to find out it was all a business transaction. The tears are coming freely now, hot and furious, streaming down my face. I sink to my knees on the cold concrete floor, my body trembling with the force of my sobs. "Do you have any idea," I choke out between gasps, "what that does to a person? To finally let yourself feel something, only to have it revealed as a lie? He didn't just sleep with me, Dad. He took my hope. He took the last, tiny, flickering ember of it, and you paid him to piss all over it." There is a long, heavy silence on the line. When he speaks again, his voice is different. It's stripped of the anger, of the corporate bluster. It's just the voice of an old man, a father. "I never wanted to hurt you, baby girl," he whispers. And the childhood endearment is a fresh knife in my heart. "I just wanted you back." The softness of his tone, the undisguised pain in it, is almost my undoing. It would be so easy to crumble, to let him play the father, to fall back into the broken dynamic we've always known. But something in me has been fundamentally altered. The girl who would have accepted that broken apology is gone. She died in a hallway at a ski resort. I get to my feet, my legs unsteady. I walk to the window and press my forehead against the cool glass, watching the river of headlights far below. "You didn't get me back," I say, my voice eerily calm now, the storm having passed, leaving only a cold, hard certainty in its wake. "You just confirmed what I've suspected all along. My affection, my trust, my body, they're just assets. To be managed, leveraged, and, if necessary, acquired through hostile means. That is not true, isn't it?" I push off the glass, my resolve hardening into something unbreakable. "You wanted me to come back to the company. You wanted me back in the game. Fine." A new, dangerous energy floods my veins. "I'm back. I'm calling a board meeting for first thing Monday morning. I'll be exercising my full voting rights as a majority shareholder." "Ayessa, what are you doing?" he asks, a note of alarm entering his voice. "My job," I reply, the words sharp and clean. "My first official act will be to propose a motion. A vote of no confidence in the current CEO's leadership, on the grounds of gross ethical misconduct and the misuse of corporate funds for personal manipulative schemes." The silence on the line this time is absolute. I've hit him where he lives. Not in his heart, but in his boardroom. I have taken his world, his language, and I have turned it into a weapon. "You've made your point, Ayessa," he finally says, his voice tight with a controlled fury I know all too well. "No, Dad," I correct him, my voice devoid of any warmth, any love, any connection. "I'm not making a point. I'm making a move. You wanted your daughter back? You don't have her, but you have a new business partner, and she is going to be your worst nightmare." I end the call. I let the phone slip from my fingers, and it clatters onto the floor. The sound is small, insignificant in the vast, echoing silence of the room. The tears are gone. The rage has cooled, solidifying into something new. Something cold and hard and focused. For the first time in 5 years, I am not defined by my grief for Michael. I am defined by my fury at my father. It's not a resurrection, it's a replacement. A soft chime sounds from the entryway. The concierge. I ignore it. It chimes again, more insistent this time. With a sigh of irritation, I stalk to the door and pull it open. A young man in a uniform stands there, holding a single large, brown paper-wrapped object. "Miss Brown, this was left for you at the front desk by Serenity Villa, right after you checked out." He hands me the package. It's surprisingly heavy. I take it, my fingers brushing against the rough paper. It feels like a book, a large one. "Thank you," I say, already closing the door. I carry it back into the living room and place it on the pristine coffee table, where it looks shockingly out of place. There's a single note tucked under the twine. My fingers, feeling numb and clumsy, pull it free. The handwriting is masculine, slightly jagged, as if written in a hurry. It contains only 3 words. This was real. I drew a sharp intake of breath. I hate the fact that it makes me feel sick, what this is. And who it's from. It's his sketchbook. It's the proof I demanded, the truth I can no longer afford to believe. It's a grenade, sitting in the middle of my cold, quiet life, and I have no idea if I have the strength to pull the pin. Chapter 24. Ayessa. Christmas Eve is a day of ghosts. For the rest of the world, it's a day of frantic, joyful preparation. For me, it is a memorial. It is the anniversary of the day my world ended, the day a sleek black car on an icy road turned my vibrant, laughing fiancé, Michael, into a memory. For 5 years, I have observed this day with the same solemn, sterile ritual. I wake up before dawn. I do not look at the festive lights twinkling on the neighboring skyscrapers. I make black coffee. I take out the single silver frame photograph I allow myself to keep. It's of Michael and me, taken a month before he died. We're on a sailboat, the sun in our eyes, his arm a warm, solid weight around my shoulders. He's laughing, a full-throated, joyful sound I can still hear if I close my eyes. I look happy, genuinely, uncomplicatedly happy, a woman I no longer recognize. I allow myself 1 hour with this photograph. 1 hour to let the grief wash over me in a controlled, manageable tide. Then, I put the photograph back in its velvet-lined box and put the box back on the highest shelf of my closet. The ritual is complete. Grief has been acknowledged, managed, and contained. The rest of the day is to be endured. But this year, the ritual is broken. This year, there is another ghost in the room. His name is Spence, and his presence is a heavy, suffocating weight. His parting gift, the sketchbook, has been sitting in that same closet on a different shelf for 3 weeks. I haven't touched it since the day it arrived. It's a landmine I refuse to approach. Every time I open the closet to get a coat, I can feel its presence, a silent, damning accusation. This was real. A 3-word testimony I am too cowardly to hear. The weeks since the resort have been a blur of calculated fury. I've thrown myself into my work with a vengeance that has shaken the foundations of my father's company. I've dissected financials, audited departments, and called meetings that have left seasoned executives sweating. I am a woman at war, and it is a welcome distraction. In the boardroom, there is no room for a broken heart. There are only targets, strategies, and victories. The intercom buzzes, a harsh, unwelcome sound that slices through the cathedral-like silence of my apartment. I stare at the speaker, my first instinct to ignore it. No one is supposed to bother me today. It buzzes again. With a sigh of irritation, I press the button. Yes? "Courier for you, Ms. Brown," a disembodied voice announces. I'm not expecting anything. Leave it with the doorman. The sender insisted on a direct signature, ma'am. Perishable goods. Perishable goods. The phrase is so odd, so specific, that it piques my curiosity. I stare at the door for a long moment before my legs carry me toward it. I open it to a young man holding a large, elegantly wrapped box. I sign the tablet he offers. My signature a sharp, angry slash. "Happy holidays, Ms. Brown," he says, his smile genuine. The sentiment is so alien, so out of place in the context of my day, that I can only stare at him until he shuffles awkwardly and leaves. I close the door and look down at the box in my hands. There's a small card tucked under the black satin ribbon. The handwriting is my father's elegant, familiar script. Thinking of you today. A cold, hard knot forms in my stomach. I take the box to my kitchen island and tear at the wrapping paper with a violence that feels satisfying. Inside, nestled in a bed of tissue paper, is not a perishable good, but a box, a shoebox. A specific worn Nike shoebox I recognize with a jolt that travels up my spine. My hands tremble as I lift the lid. Inside is Michael's favorite sweatshirt, the faded gray one from his university, worn soft with a decade of love and wear. On top of it is a small velvet-lined box, not the one with our photo, a different one. I open it. It's the engagement ring Michael gave me. I haven't seen it in 5 years. I gave it to his mother after the funeral, unable to bear the sight of it. She must have given it to my father. The air is punched from my lungs. This isn't a gift. This is a strategic move, a violation. He has invaded the one day, the one grief, that I thought was mine alone, and he's done it with the echo of my former self I loved. He's using Michael as a pawn to get to me, a sentimental battering ram against the walls I've built. How dare you? I whisper to the empty room, the words shaking with a fresh, hot rage. How dare you use him? I slam the lid back on the shoebox. I am shaking all over, not with grief, but with a pure, unadulterated fury. This is what my father does. He doesn't feel. He strategizes. He can't leave my pain alone. He has to manage it, manipulate it, use it to try and leverage a reconciliation. I snatch the box from the counter and stalk toward my front door. I'm going to throw it out. I'm going to throw out this calculated, sentimental garbage and everything it represents. I pull the door open and march down the silent, carpeted hallway to the trash chute. This is a day for purging ghosts. My hand is on the cold, metal handle of the chute when a thought, cold and clear, cuts through my rage. This box isn't the only ghost I've been hiding from. There's another one, a heavier one. My feet move on their own, carrying me back into my apartment, straight to the bedroom closet. My hand doesn't hesitate. I reach up to the shelf and pull down the brown paper-wrapped package. Spence's sketchbook. It feels heavy in my hands, dense with unspoken words and unseen images. This is a piece of evidence, a closing argument from a man I've already convicted. I should throw it away with the rest of the emotional debris. It would be so easy. Just one more step, another pull of a handle, and it would be gone forever. I could go back to my war with my father, back to my cold, controlled life, and pretend none of it ever happened. I walk back to the trash chute, holding a ghost in each hand. The box of Michael's things represents a past I am trying to contain. The sketchbook represents a future I am terrified to believe could have been real. Both are drenched in lies and manipulation. Both need to be purged. My hand tightens on the sketchbook. The crinkle of the wrapping paper is loud in the silence. The note is still tucked into the twine. This was real. Such a simple, audacious claim. A desperate, 3-word appeal from a liar. A man my father paid. A man who was acting. But what if he wasn't? The question is a traitor. A whisper of the woman I was for a few short days at that resort. The one who was thawing, who was hopeful. It's a voice I thought I had silenced for good. To throw the book away, unseen, is to let the fear win. It's to admit that I am so broken, I can't even bear to look at the evidence. It's to let my father and Spence and the whole damn world be right about me. It's an act of surrender. And I am done surrendering. I am at war. And a good CEO never makes a decision without reviewing all the relevant documents. With a final shuddering breath, I turn my back on the trash chute. I walk back into my apartment, leaving the box of Michael's things on the floor by the door. An unopened case file for another day. But the sketchbook. I carry it into the living room. I place it in the very center of my perfectly clean, perfectly empty coffee table. It sits there, a block of terrifying, unread potential in the middle of my sterile world. The sun is beginning to set, painting the city in shades of orange and bruised purple. The hour I dedicate to Michael is long past. The day I reserve for grief has been hijacked by a war on two fronts. One against the father who betrayed me, and one against the man who made me feel alive, for a price. The sketchbook waits. It's a challenge, a dare. Finally, after a long, long time, perhaps I'm brave enough to accept it. Chapter 25. Ayessa. For a long time, I just sit on the floor in the deepening twilight of Christmas Eve, staring at the package on my coffee table. The city glitters outside my window, a galaxy of oblivious celebration. In here, there is only the oppressive silence and this brown paper-wrapped bomb. The war with my father, the cleansing fire of my anger, has left me exhausted, scoured clean of everything but a bleak, hollow resolve. This sketchbook is the final piece of unresolved business, a loose end. And I am a woman who hates loose ends. My movements are slow, deliberate, as I crawl forward on the plush rug. I reach for the sketchbook. The twine is rough under my fingertips. I pull it free, and the small folded note falls into my lap. This was real. I stare at the 3 words, at the jagged, desperate handwriting. It's a plea, a closing argument, a whisper from a ghost. A lie, I say to the empty room, my voice a harsh rasp. It was a lie, but my fingers are already tearing at the brown paper. I need to see it. I need to see the evidence of his deception with my own eyes. The lie made manifest in charcoal and ink. The sketchbook is heavy, its black cover worn smooth at the edges. It feels like something that has been carried, used, and lived with. I open it to the first page, and I see myself. Or rather, I see the woman from the resort, the CEO. Her posture is ramrod straight, her chin is tilted at a defiant, unapproachable angle. She's staring out a window, her back mostly to the artist, but the tension in her shoulders is so palpable, it makes my own muscles ache. It's a quick, impressionistic sketch, but it's brutally accurate. It captures the precise architecture of the fortress I had built around myself. "Okay, Spence," I murmur, a bitter taste in my mouth. "You were a good student. You did your homework on the target." I turn the page. It's me again, this time at the welcome dinner, sitting at the table. I'm not looking at him. My head is bent, my focus on the wine glass in front of me. My expression closed off. He captured the manufactured disinterest, the wall of polite ice I project in social situations. Another meticulous observation. I keep turning, page after page of the woman I was, stiff, guarded, alone, even in a crowded room. And then, something changes. There's a sketch of me arguing with Lana by the fireplace. My hands are in the air, my mouth is open, my head is thrown back in what was probably a moment of exasperation, but on the page, it looks like passion, like life. He's drawn the scene from a distance, as if he were catching a stolen moment. I turn the page. It's a close-up of my face. I'm not posing. I'm not even aware of him. I'm reading a book, my brows knitted in concentration. He's captured the tiny, almost invisible frown line that appears between my eyes, the way I bite my bottom lip. Details no one has ever meant to notice. Details I didn't know were visible to the naked eye. My breath hitches. He wasn't just looking at me. He was watching me. This is just, reconnaissance, I try to tell myself, but the words sound hollow. The cynical CEO in my head is losing the argument. I turn the page, and my heart stumbles. It's a drawing of me laughing, genuinely laughing. It must have been during that dinner with Lana, the one where she'd told a ridiculous story from our college days. I hadn't realized he was even paying attention. But here it is. The way my eyes crinkle at the corners, the unrestrained curve of my mouth, the life that floods my face when my guard is down. He saw it. He saw the woman hiding inside the fortress, and he drew her like he was discovering a lost city. My fingers, now trembling, turn the page again and again. The sketches soften. The stiff, guarded woman gives way to someone else, someone I vaguely recognize. There's a detailed study of my hands, wrapped around a mug of tea. A quick, loose drawing of me walking away, the confident sway of my hips captured in a few bold, perfect lines. He drew the star tattoo on my wrist, the one I got with Michael, the one I usually keep hidden under my watch. He drew it with a tenderness that feels like a violation. "Who is this?" I whisper, tracing the laughing woman's face with a fingertip. "Is this who you saw?" The dialogue in my head is a frantic, panicked courtroom debate. "He's an artist," argues the cynical prosecutor. "His job is to observe. This is just a skill, a tool he used to do his job. But he didn't have to draw this," counters the defense, a small, trembling voice I thought was long dead. The contract didn't require him to notice the way the firelight caught in my hair. It didn't require him to see the sadness that still lingers in my eyes, even when I'm smiling. I'm nearing the end of the book. Each page turn is heavier than the last. The evidence is mounting, and it's not pointing to a simple, clean betrayal. It's pointing to something far more complicated, far more painful. I turn to the last page, and the air is stolen from my lungs. It's me, asleep. The morning after the first night we spent together, in my suite at the resort. I'm on my side, my face half buried in the pillow, my hair a wild halo around my head. My mouth is slightly open, my expression utterly peaceful, completely vulnerable. It is a version of myself I have never seen. It is a version of myself I never would have allowed anyone to see. He must have drawn it from memory, in the quiet hours after he left my room. It is the most intimate portrait I have ever seen. It's a drawing made by a lover. My eyes blur with tears I didn't know were coming. I look down at the bottom of the page, expecting a date, a note, anything. There's only one word, written in his jagged, familiar script: everything. The word detonates in the silent apartment. It's an explanation, a confession, a verdict. It reframes every touch, every kiss, every single moment. The careful, meticulous study of a corporate target had somehow, somewhere along the line, become an artist's entire world. A sob breaks from my throat, a raw, wounded sound. The tears I refused to shed on the plane, the ones I held back during the brutal call with my father, they come now. A hot, silent, streaming flood. They fall from my chin, splashing onto the page, smudging the delicate lines of my own sleeping face. I am weeping for the woman in the drawing, the one who looks so peaceful, so safe, so unaware of the storm that is coming for her. I am weeping for the man who saw her that way, who saw past the ice and the grief and the carefully constructed walls and found everything. I am weeping because the clean, simple narrative I had built for myself, the story of a cold-hearted liar and a foolish, broken woman, has just been utterly and irrevocably shattered. He lied to me. He took my father's money. He worked under a contract. Those are the facts. But this sketchbook, this is the evidence. And the evidence tells a different story. It tells the story of a man who saw me. He was a liar who told the truth with his hands. He was a paid actor who felt something real. He was under contract, and I was his everything. The two realities crashed together in my mind, a paradox so painful it feels like my heart is tearing in two. I sit on the floor of my cold, empty apartment, surrounded by the ghosts of who I was, and I weep, because for the first time I have no idea what to believe. Fake love? Baby, ain't nothing fake about what you're about to feel.
9 full-length audiobooks, dozens of hours of passion, drama, and the kind of chemistry you can't fake.
Oh, these couples swear it's just for show. Fake fiancés, pretend dates, contracts and schemes. But baby, when the sparks start flying, somebody's catching feelings.
Enemies turned lovers, friends turned more.
And listen here, this ain't no skimpy sample pack. You're getting the whole buffet. And right now, it's already sitting pretty at 70% off.
Take a look at VixAvaughnRomance.com.
Hot fomance. I fake do. This diva don't do I do easily. Only serve it up if you deserve me. Playeress. A fake southern fiancé. Fake lover. Faux love. Wife for hire.
The Fake Love Romance Audiobook Bundle. It's time to play pretend and never look back.
Ayessa Brown Romance. Chapter 26. Ayessa. The sun rises on October 27th. I know this because my phone, discarded on the floor, glows with the date. I haven't slept. The night was a long, silent vigil, kept in the company of ghosts. The ghost of a laughing man on a sailboat. The ghost of a lying man with honest hands. And the ghost of a woman I briefly got to be, who felt everything. My living room floor is a testament to the battle that raged within these walls, within my own mind. The drawings from Spence's sketchbook are spread around me like the beautiful, devastating wreckage of a plane crash. I've examined every single one, held them up to the cool morning light, traced the lines of my own face with a trembling finger. My mind, the cold, efficient engine that runs my business empire, has been trying to process the data all night. It's been a hostile, internal board meeting. The evidence is clear, says the prosecutor, the CEO part of my brain. Her voice is sharp, logical, unforgiving. Exhibit A, a legally binding contract for services rendered. The subject, Spencer Jones, was a paid employee. His objective was to establish an emotional and physical relationship with you. He succeeded. It was a lie from its inception. She gestures to a phantom screen in my mind, showing the cold, hard text of the email. But what about this? Whispers the defense, a voice I barely recognize. It's softer, more hesitant. It sounds like the woman from the sketchbook. She gestures to the drawings scattered around me. Exhibit B. The portfolio. Hundreds of hours of meticulous, non-billable work. Observations of intimate, unmarketable details. And this, the final page. My eyes drift back to the drawing of me, asleep, to the single word beneath it. Everything. The word everything is not a performance metric. The defense continues, gaining strength. It is not a deliverable. You cannot quantify it on a spreadsheet. It is an emotional absolute. The two exhibits are contradictory. They cannot both be the whole truth. They don't have to be. The prosecutor snaps back. The contract is the reality. The drawings are simply the methodology he used to achieve his objective. An artist uses his skill. It's what makes his deception so effective, so insidious. And so it has gone, all night. A vicious circular argument, a lie, a truth, a contract, a feeling. But as the first rays of sun cut through the blinds, casting long stripes of light across the floor, a new thought emerges, quiet and clear. I've been asking the wrong question. I've been asking, was it real or was it a lie? The sketchbook has already answered that. It was both. He was a liar who told the truth. The real question, the one that matters now, is why. My mind flashes back to the other piece of evidence, the one I dismissed in my blind rage. The neurosurgery consultation, Lana's grim face, Spence's frantic, jumbled explanation about his sister. I didn't listen. I couldn't. The word job was a deafening roar that drowned everything else out. But now, in the quiet aftermath, his desperation feels different. It wasn't just the desperation of a man about to be caught in a lie. It was the desperation of a man running out of time. I realize I have a choice. It's a stark, terrifying choice that's unrelated to my father or even with Spence. It's about me. I can choose to let the lie be the final word. I can accept the simple, clean narrative of betrayal, retreat back into my fortress of ice, and live out the rest of my days in the cold, safe certainty of my own victimhood. It's the easy choice. It's the choice everyone would expect me to make. Or I can choose the messy, complicated, painful truth. I can choose to believe that something beautiful and real grew in the poisoned soil of a terrible lie. I can choose to fight for the feeling, not the circumstance. It is the harder choice. It is the path that leads to certain pain and uncertain hope. It is the choice the woman in the sketchbook would make, the one who was laughing, the one who was alive. For 5 years, I've been enduring, surviving, managing my grief. I have not been living. The thought of going back to that, to the sterile silence and the empty days, is suddenly, profoundly unbearable. I pick up my phone, my movements now sharp, decisive. The CEO is back in the driver's seat, but this time, she's not working for the prosecution. She's working for the truth. I dial my executive assistant, Lori. She answers on the first ring, her voice crisp and alert, even at this hour. Lori. Good morning, Miss Brown. I've already compiled the preliminary reports for the Q4 acquisitions. They're in your inbox. Of course she has. Scrap them, I say, my voice level, betraying none of the emotional chaos of the last 12 hours. New priority. Top priority. I need you to do something for me. It's time sensitive and requires absolute discretion. Of course, Ms. Brown. What are the parameters? No questions. No hesitation. Just a request for data. This is why Lori is the best. I take a deep breath, looking at the name on the phantom appointment confirmation in my mind. I need you to find the location of a neurosurgery consultation for a patient named Spencer Jones. The appointment is today, in Baltimore, at Johns Hopkins Hospital. Understood. That's a significant privacy firewall I'll have to breach. Medical records are challenging. I can hear the click of her keyboard, the sound of a digital predator on the hunt. I'm aware of the challenges, Lori. That's why I'm calling you. Do you want me to be subtle or effective? She asks. The question purely practical. A grim smile touches my lips. What do you think? Effective it is, she confirms. I'll need to call in a few favors, leverage some digital assets. It may get expensive. I don't care what it costs, I say. And the words are the truest I've spoken in years. I'm no longer talking about money. I need a location, Lori. An address, a room number. And I need it before noon. I don't care what laws you have to bend or what ethical lines you have to blur. Get it done. Consider it done, Ms. Brown. I hang up the phone. I stand, my body aching from the long night on the floor. I walk over to the drawings scattered around me. I kneel and begin to gather them, my touch gentle, reverent. This is the evidence. This is the truth I'm choosing to fight for. I have no idea what I will find in Baltimore. I might find a man who uses a sick sister as a convenient excuse. I might find that the lie is deeper and more twisted than I can ever imagine. I might be walking straight into another, more devastating heartbreak. The 5-year streak is over. I am not running from the pain. I am running toward the truth. And that, I realize with a sudden, shocking clarity, is the difference between surviving and being alive. Chapter 27. Ayessa. The sketchbook is open on my minimalist coffee table, an explosion of life and color in my sterile gray world. The sketches are spread out across the glass surface, a chaotic, non-linear timeline of a woman I barely recognize. Her. The woman who laughed. The woman who leaned into a stranger's touch. The woman who felt safe. My fingers are smudged with charcoal from tracing the lines of his drawings. I keep coming back to the last one. The portrait of me, asleep in the dim morning light. The single word scrawled underneath in his messy masculine handwriting. Everything. The word is an accusation. It's a confession. It's a verdict. For 5 years, my grief has been my operating system. It's the code that runs every decision, every interaction, every waking moment. It's a complex, self-perpetuating loop designed for one purpose: to prevent catastrophic loss from ever happening again. The logic was sound. If you don't let anyone in, no one can hurt you. If you don't feel anything, you can't feel pain. But Spence wasn't a variable I had accounted for. I stand and walk to the window, my bare feet silent on the cold, polished concrete. The city glitters below, a sea of festive lights. Christmas Eve, the anniversary. The ghost that has haunted this day for half a decade is still here, a quiet, familiar ache in my chest. But for the first time, it's not the only presence in the room. My entire life, I have solved problems. I dissect them, analyze the variables, identify the weak points, and execute a strategy. And for 5 years, I have misidentified the problem. The problem wasn't that Michael died. The problem was that I died with him. I have been a ghost, haunting the fortress I built for myself. The circumstances were a lie, an unforgivable, manipulative, monstrous lie. That is a fact, a hard, cold data point. But the feeling was real. The way he looked at me across the wreckage of a gingerbread house, the warmth of his scarf around my neck, the steady grounding pressure of his hand on my back as we danced, the undeniable truth in his sketches. That is also a fact. And my brain, my logical, analytical, CEO brain, cannot reconcile these two conflicting truths. So I have to choose which one matters more, the lie or the truth that was born from it. I can choose the lie. I can retreat. I can rebuild the walls, reinforce the code, and spend the rest of my life in this safe, sterile, empty silence. It's the logical choice, the low-risk investment. Or I can choose him. I can choose the messy, illogical, high-risk variable. I can choose to believe that something real and beautiful can grow from poisoned soil. I look at the sketchbook again. This part was real. My hand, of its own accord, lifts to my phone on the counter. My fingers feel steady. My purpose is clear. I've spent the last 24 hours reacting, being a victim. It's time to be a CEO. It's time to solve the goddamn problem. I scroll through my contacts and press the one name I never thought I'd willingly call again. It rings twice. Ayessa? My father's voice is a raw, hopeful wound. Sweetheart, I am so sorry. Stop talking, I command, my voice devoid of emotion. It's the voice I use to shut down a failing subordinate in a board meeting. I don't have time for your apologies right now. I need information, and you are going to give it to me. No questions, no explanations. Do you understand? There's a shocked silence on the other end of the line, then a shaky, yes, of course. Anything. Spence, I say, the name feeling strange and solid on my tongue. Lana saw a notification on his laptop, a medical appointment. He's sick. What is it? At first, he said it was for his sister's surgery, but I did some digging only to find out that it was him. His health became a part of the agreement. He stammers, the confession tumbling out. He has a tumor in his brain. The surgery was the payment. The clinical, terrifying words land like stones in my stomach. A tumor. All the small moments, The wincing, the temple rubbing, they all click into place. A horrifying, perfect picture. He wasn't just lying to me, he was dying. The appointment. I press, my voice tight. Lana saw a notification for a pre-op consultation. Today. Where? St. Jude's General, he says immediately. Downtown. The neurosurgery wing. He was meeting with a Dr. Finch. Ayessa, I never wanted. What time? I cut him off again, pacing the length of my apartment. I don't know. This afternoon, I think. That's all he told me. It's enough. I hang up without saying goodbye. My next call is to the one person on the planet who can move mountains with a single email. Evelyn, I say, the second she answers. Ayessa, are you okay? I wasn't expecting to hear from you until after the holidays. Her voice is a sharp, welcome dose of professional efficiency. I need you to do something for me off the record. It's time-sensitive and of the utmost personal importance. Name it. I need to know the exact appointment time and location for a patient named Spence Taylor at St. Jude's General. He's in the neurosurgery wing, meeting with a Dr. Finch. Today. There's a beat of silence on the other end of the line. I know what she's thinking. This is an impossible, probably illegal request. That's a significant privacy hurdle, Ayessa, she finally says, her tone carefully neutral. The chairman of the board at St. Jude's General is a man named Walter Kensington. I reply, my voice cold and clear. He sits on 2 of our subsidiary boards. He owes me a favor after I personally salvaged his disastrous Q3 investment in that biotech firm. Remind him of that. I don't care what it takes, Evelyn. I need that information. I need it 10 minutes ago. Understood, she says. The hesitation gone from her voice, replaced by the familiar, reassuring hum of her competence. I'm on it. I'll text you the second I have something. I end the call and stand in the middle of my living room, my heart a frantic drum against my ribs. The passive despair is gone, replaced by a surge of adrenaline, of purpose. I have spent 5 years letting a ghost dictate the terms of my life. I have allowed my father's guilt and my own grief to build a cage around me. Today, I am walking out of the cage. I don't know what I'm going to say to him. I don't know if he'll even want to see me. I don't know if you can build a future on a foundation of lies and secrets. It is, by every metric I have ever used, a terrible, high-risk, fundamentally unsound investment. But for the first time in 5 years, it's a risk I'm willing to take. My phone buzzes. A text from Evelyn. St. Jude's, 7th floor, Wing B. Consultation with Dr. Finch is in 45 minutes. I grab my keys, my coat, and my bag, the sketchbook a solid, reassuring weight inside. I don't know if I'm running toward a new beginning or a final, devastating end. But for the first time in a very long time, I'm the one in control of the story, and I'm running.
Chapter 28. Spence. The waiting room for the neurosurgery wing of St. Jude's General is the color of despair, a pale, sickly beige. Every surface is hard, every chair is designed for maximum discomfort, and the air smells of rubbing alcohol and fear. This is the end of the line, the final act. I am a ghost here. I filled out the paperwork with a hand that felt disconnected from my body. I am number T743 on a plastic bracelet. I'm a set of symptoms on a chart. I'm no longer a person. I close my eyes and the beige disappears, replaced by the vivid, painful image of her face at the moment the lie shattered. The look in her eyes as the light just switched off. It's an image that will haunt me for whatever time I have left. I am resigned to this. This is my penance. I will face this surgery alone. It's better this way. Spence? The voice is not a nurse's. It's sharp, familiar, and laced with a fury I know all too well. My eyes snap open. My heart seizes in my chest. Standing in front of me, her purse clutched in a white-knuckled grip and her eyes blazing, is my older sister, Leah. "What the hell are you doing here?" My voice is a choked whisper. "What do you think I'm doing here?" She fires back, her voice low and trembling with a mixture of terror and rage. She drops into the plastic chair next to me. "You thought I wouldn't find out. You thought you could just sneak off and have someone drill into your skull and I wouldn't notice. I had to find out from a goddamn billing statement they sent to Mom's house by mistake. A preoperative statement, Spence. I didn't want you to worry," I mumble, the excuse feeling flimsy and pathetic even to me. "Oh, you didn't want me to worry? That's rich," she scoffs. But then her face crumples, the anger dissolving into pure, gut-wrenching fear. "You idiot. You absolute idiot. You're my brother. My job is to worry." She shoves a cardboard coffee cup into my hand. "I brought you a real coffee, not the sludge from that machine over there." I take the cup, the warmth, the small, grounding comfort. "Thanks, Lee." We sit in silence for a long moment, the unspoken terror hanging between us. She's the one who's been there through everything, the failed auditions, the financial struggles, the initial diagnosis. She's the one who sat with me in rooms just like this one, trying to find a solution where there wasn't one. "Heard anything yet?" she asks, her voice softer now. "They just took my vitals." Dr. Finch is running behind. "Okay." She takes a deep, shuddering breath. "Okay, we can do this," she says. Even now, she's trying to carry the weight with me. And that, more than anything, makes the guilt of what I did to Ayessa feel 1,000 times heavier. And then I see her. She's standing at the entrance to the waiting room, her gaze sweeping the area until it locks on me. She's not a hallucination. She's real, and she looks like a warrior who has just marched across a battlefield. My sister sees the look on my face and follows my gaze. Her body goes rigid. "Spence," she says, her voice a low warning. "Who is that?" Before I can answer, Ayessa is walking toward us. Leah, driven by pure protective instinct, stands up as she approaches, a small, fierce barrier between me and the storm I can see gathering on Ayessa's face. "A brain tumor," Ayessa says, her voice a low, dangerous weapon directed at me. She completely ignores Leah. Was that part of the script, too? A little backstory to make your character more sympathetic? Leah lets out a sound of pure disbelief. "Whoa, hold on. You have no idea what you're talking about. Who do you think you are?" Ayessa's gaze finally shifts to my sister, her eyes cold and dismissive. "I'm the woman your brother was paid to deceive." The words hit my sister like a physical blow. She looks from Ayessa's furious face back to mine, her expression a mess of confusion and dawning horror. "Paid?" Spence, what is she talking about? I can't speak. The shame is a physical thing, clogging my throat, stealing my breath. "He didn't tell you?" Ayessa continues, her voice dripping with ice. "Your brother, the struggling artist, made a deal. His life-saving surgery in exchange for my heart. A simple transaction." Leah turns on me, her eyes wide with hurt. "Spence?" It's Leah who finally finds her voice, her protective fury roaring to life. She steps forward, directly into Ayessa's personal space. "Okay, you listen to me," Leah says, her voice shaking with rage. "You want to talk about transactions? Let's talk about them. Do you have any idea what it's like to watch the most talented, kind-hearted person you know get told his life has an expiration date because he can't afford the bill? We tried everything. Clinical trials that rejected him, charities that were out of funds, payment plans that were a joke. We were at the end of the line. She's pacing now, a caged tiger in the sterile beige room. He sold his car to pay for the initial consultations. He was working 3 dead-end jobs between auditions just to keep the lights on. And every single day, the headaches got worse. Every day, I watched a little more of my brother disappear. So yeah, a man came to him with an insane, desperate offer. a lifeline. And he took it, because the alternative was to just fade away. What would you have done? Leah stops and turns back to face Ayessa, her eyes shining with tears of rage. And you know why he didn't tell you he was sick? Because the second you knew, you would have pitied him. He didn't want to be your project. He didn't want to be a charity case. He wanted, for one goddamn minute in his miserable, terrified life, to just be a guy meeting a girl. He wanted something real, something that wasn't about the sickness. Don't you dare stand there and act like his desperation was a weapon he used against you. It was a shield he was using to protect the only good thing that had happened to him. The waiting room is utterly silent. Ayessa is just staring at my sister, her own anger faltering, replaced by a dawning, horrified empathy. The brutal, clinical facts of the situation, laid bare by the raw, desperate love of a sister, are doing what my own confession never could. They're showing her the why. Ayessa's gaze finally shifts to me. I haven't moved, haven't spoken. I feel like a man who has just been vivisected, my entire pathetic, desperate story laid out on a table for her to inspect. She reaches into her tote bag and pulls out the sketchbook. She holds it up. Was this real? Her voice is a whisper. All the fight gone out of it. That's the one question my sister can't answer for me. I finally find my voice. It was the only thing that was, I say, the words feeling raw and inadequate. It was me trying to capture the one true thing in a universe of lies. The tension in her shoulders finally releases. She looks from the sketchbook to my sister's tear-streaked face, and then to me. Leah's voice fades, but her words hang in the sterile beige air, vibrating with a raw, protective love that strips me bare. She has just performed an autopsy on my desperation, laying all my ugly broken pieces out for Ayessa to see. There's nowhere left to hide. The performance is over. The actor is gone. All that's left is me, the man who sold his soul and is now waiting for the bill to come due. Leah, I manage, my voice a ragged tear in the silence. Can you give us a minute? Please. My sister looks from my shattered face to Ayessa's, her protective anger finally softening into a deep, weary sadness. She gives a single, sharp nod and walks over to the coffee machine, her back to us, a silent temporary guardian granting us a fragile illusion of privacy. Ayessa steps closer, taking the seat Leah just vacated. The air crackles between us. She opens the sketchbook on her lap to the final drawing. The one of me, asleep. Everything. You should have told me, she whispers, her fingers tracing the charcoal lines of my face. Her touch on the paper is so gentle, it makes my heart ache. I know, I say, my voice breaking. The confession is a relief and an agony. I was a coward. Yes, she agrees, her voice flat, no heat in it. It's a simple statement of fact, which is somehow more damning than any accusation. You were. She closes the book and looks at me, her dark eyes clear and full of a terrifying resolve I don't understand. But your sister is right. Pity would have been the first thing I felt, and it would have ruined whatever this is. The faintest, most fragile flicker of hope ignites in my chest. Is it ruined anyway? I ask, the question a raw plea. It's the last bit of currency I have left. She reaches out and takes my hand. Her fingers are cool, her grip firm. A lifeline. I don't know, she admits honestly. And that honesty, that lack of a simple, easy answer, is more real than anything I've felt in months. She holds my gaze and I see the internal calculus, the CEO analyzing a catastrophic risk. But then something shifts in her eyes. The analyst is overridden by the woman. The fortress is abandoned for the battlefield. But we're not going to figure it out in here, she says, her voice dropping to a low, urgent whisper. She stands, pulling me to my feet. Where are we going? Somewhere we can be alone, she says, her eyes darting down the hallway. She spots a door slightly ajar. On call room 3, she doesn't hesitate. She pulls me toward it, a woman on a mission. The second the door clicks shut behind us, plunging us into the dim, cramped space, she pushes me back against it. The cool wood presses into my spine. The room is tiny, smelling of antiseptic and stale coffee, but it's our own private universe. I have spent 5 years, she begins, her voice a low, furious, trembling whisper, her hands coming up to grip the front of my shirt, being a ghost. I've been safe, and logical, and empty. And then you, with your stupid, beautiful, lying face came and you made me feel things. Ayessa, I start, but she cuts me off. No. My turn to talk. Her dark eyes are blazing, inches from mine. You lied to me. You were paid to be here. You hid this. And this thing that is trying to kill you. And I hate you for all of it. Do you understand? I can only nod, my throat tight with shame. Good, she says, her voice breaking on the word. And I think I'm falling in love with you. And I hate you for that, too. A single, hot tear escapes and traces a path down her cheek. I lift my hand and gently wipe it away with my thumb. You have every right to hate me, I whisper, my voice raw. But I swear to you, Ayessa, what I feel for you, it was never part of the deal. It's the only real thing I have left. That seems to be the only thing she needs to hear. The fight goes out of her, replaced by a wave of pure, desperate need. Show me, she breathes. Make me believe it. I need to feel something real, right now, before they take you away from me. Her mouth crashes against mine. It's not a kiss, it's a collision. It's all her anger and fear and dawning love poured into one desperate, frantic act. I meet her with my own desperation, my own terror. Our hands are everywhere, frantic and clumsy, tearing at clothes. Her nails dig into my back as I fumble with the zipper on her jeans. Well, things are heating up here. You know what to do. Go to vixavonromance.com to get the dirty details that this platform won't put on the air. I know it sucks, but at least you can get a 40% discount with code VIXA40 to make up for it. Use it while it lasts, and apply it to every digital product in your cart. Back to the story. We collapsed together, a sweaty, breathless, tangled mess against the door. My forehead is pressed to hers, our hearts hammering against each other. Her legs are still wrapped around my waist. I'm still buried deep inside her. Stay, she whispers, her voice a raw plea. Just stay right here. Don't leave me. Never, I promise, my voice thick. I'm not going anywhere. In the quiet aftermath, in this stolen, sacred moment, I feel a terrifying, profound peace. This is real. This is ours. No matter what happens next, we have this. A sharp, clinical knock on the door makes us both freeze. The wood vibrates against my back. Mr. Taylor? A woman's voice calls from the hallway, muffled but clear. Dr. Finch is ready for you now. It's time. The words hit like a death sentence. I look at Ayessa's hand holding mine, at my sister standing vigil by the coffee machine, at the beige, sterile walls of my fate. I have my support system. I have my truth out in the open. But I'm still the one who has to walk through that door alone.
Chapter 29. Ayessa. Time. The word echoes in the sterile hallway, a clinical, final pronouncement. For 5 years, time has been my enemy, a relentless force pulling me further from a past I couldn't reclaim. Now it's a terrifying, finite resource that is about to run out. The nurse, a kind-faced woman whose smile doesn't hide the professional gravity in her eyes, waits patiently. Spence looks at me, and in his gaze, I see the raw, primal fear of a man standing on the edge of a cliff. My hand tightens around his. This is it. There is no more data to analyze, no more variables to control. There is only a single binary outcome. Okay, I say, my voice steady, a calm I don't feel. I look at his sister, Leah, who is standing frozen by the coffee machine, her face a mask of stricken grief. Leah, let's walk with him. The three of us form a small, fragile procession down the quiet hallway toward the preoperative unit. I'm on his right, my hand locked with his. Leah is on his left, her arm linked through his, her face buried in his shoulder. We are a strange, broken little family, holding him up, holding each other together. The only sound is the soft, rhythmic squeak of our shoes on the polished linoleum. With every step, my anger, my hurt, my sense of betrayal feels smaller, more irrelevant. Those were problems of the heart. This is a problem of the body, of cells and bone, and the delicate, terrifying wiring of a human brain. The stakes have been irrevocably raised, and all that's left is a white-hot, purified terror. They lead us into a small, cold room, crowded with humming machines and the sharp, clean smell of antiseptic. A nurse helps Spence into a thin, paper-like gown. He looks smaller now, more vulnerable, stripped of the clothes that defined him as the artist. The man, he's just a patient, a body. The anesthesiologist comes in, a calm, reassuring man who speaks in soothing tones about a small cocktail and a nice long nap. I hear the words, but they don't register. My entire being is focused on Spence, on memorizing his face, the exact shade of his kind, green eyes, the way his hand is trembling slightly in mine. They have him lie down on the gurney. Leah leans down and kisses his forehead, her tears finally falling freely, splashing onto his cheek. "I love you, you idiot," she whispers, her voice thick and broken. "You better come back to me." "I love you too, Lee," he says, his own voice raspy. Leah steps back, and it's my turn. The world narrows to the two of us. I lean down, my face close to his. His eyes are wide, full of fear and a desperate, searching question. "I'm not going anywhere," I whisper, my voice a fierce, unbreakable promise. "I will be right here when you wake up. You hear me?" He gives a small, shaky nod. "There's something you should know," he whispers, his gaze so intense it feels like he's trying to pour his entire soul into me. "The money. For this. I refused it. I told your father the deal was off. I don't want you to think for 1 second that—" "Shh," I interrupt, placing my fingers gently on his lips. "I know." It doesn't matter right now. I look into his eyes, and the last of my reservations, the last vestige of the fortress, crumbles into dust. I have to say it. He has to know. The risk of not saying it is infinitely greater than the risk of saying it. "I love you, Spence." The words are not a romantic declaration. They are a statement of fact, a data point I am logging in the face of catastrophic uncertainty. A single perfect tear escapes his eye and traces a path to his temple. A slow, beautiful, heartbreaking smile spreads across his lips. "I love you, Ayessa," he breathes. That was the only part that was ever real. The anesthesiologist clears his throat gently. "It's time, Ms. Brown." I lean in and kiss him. It's not a kiss of passion, but of desperation and promise. It's a sealing of a contract made not of lies, but of a fierce, terrifying, and undeniable love. Then I step back, and they start to wheel him out of the room. He keeps his eyes locked on mine until the gurney turns the corner and he's gone. The silence he leaves behind is a physical void. Leah lets out a choked sob and collapses into my arms. And I hold her, this woman I barely know, this stranger who is now the only other person on the planet who understands the specific, soul-crushing terror of this moment. We are united in our shared, agonizing weight. Hours pass in the sickly beige waiting room, hours that stretch and warp. Every minute is a lifetime. Leah and I sit together, a silent, tense alliance. We don't talk much at first. There's nothing to say. But eventually the silence becomes unbearable, and she starts to speak. She tells me about their childhood, about the time Spence built a massive 2-story fort in their backyard out of stolen construction materials. He's always been a builder of beautiful, structurally unsound things, she says with a watery, broken smile. She tells me about his first play, how he was so terrified he threw up in a bucket backstage, and then walked out and delivered a performance that made the whole audience weep. I, in turn, tell her about the gingerbread house, about the walk in the snow, about his ridiculous theory on the romance of a first edition replica. We are sharing our data, cross-referencing our files, building a complete picture of the man we both love, who is currently lying on an operating table with his future in a surgeon's hands. A figure appears in the doorway of the waiting room. My entire body tenses, thinking it's the doctor, but it's not. It's my father. He looks old, smaller than I've ever seen him, his face a gray mask of grief and shame. He's holding 2 cups of coffee. He walks over and wordlessly offers one to me and one to Leah. "I am so sorry," he says, his voice a hoarse whisper directed at both of us. For all of this. For my part in it. The rage I felt for him is gone, burned away by the much larger, more immediate fire of my fear for Spence. I just look at him, at this desperate man who made a terrible, misguided choice out of a desperate love for his daughter, and for the first time, I understand. "You were scared," I say, my voice flat with exhaustion. I get it now. It's not a full absolution. It's not a magic erasure of the hurt. But it's a bridge. "The surgery," he says, looking at me, his eyes pleading for some kind of forgiveness. "I wired the money to the hospital this morning, directly. There is no contract. There is no deal. There is just this. I just want him to be okay. For you." I just nod. The gesture a quiet acceptance of this new, fragile truce. The 3 of us sit there. A strange, fractured, impromptu family. The CEO, the sister, and the father, united by a single desperate hope. The clock on the wall ticks, each second an eternity. The muted game show on the television has been replaced by a local news broadcast. The world outside keeps turning, oblivious. After what feels like a lifetime, the door to the waiting room swings open. A man in blue scrubs, a surgical mask hanging from his neck, his face tired but calm, walks in. He looks at our small huddled group. He's holding a clipboard. He is the arbiter of our future. The family of Spence Taylor. My heart stops. The world stops. Leah's hand finds mine, her grip like a vice. My father leans forward, his face ashen. This is it. The binary outcome, the final data point, life or loss. And we wait.
Chapter 30. Spence. The afternoon light streams through the massive warehouse windows of our apartment, catching the dust motes as they dance in the air. The light is warm and golden, the color of a second chance. My sketchbook is open on my lap, the charcoal pencil feeling solid and familiar in my hand. But my hand is still. I'm not sketching. I'm just watching her. She's sitting across the room in a comfortable, overstuffed armchair, a monstrosity of floral fabric I bought at a flea market that she pretends to hate but secretly loves. She's on her laptop, but she isn't the same woman I watched from a distance in the Serenity Villa Lodge. The tension is gone from her shoulders. Her hair is down, a beautiful, soft cloud of coily curls that frames her face. She's wearing a simple, soft-looking, cream-colored sweater and a pair of faded jeans. The CEO armor is packed away in a closet, and I hope it stays there forever. My fingers drift to my left temple, tracing the faint, feathery line of the scar hidden in my hairline. It's a habit I've picked up from her, a physical reminder of the before and after. The headaches are gone, but a phantom ache sometimes whispers there, a memory of the desperation that led me to her, a reminder that sometimes the most broken paths can lead you home. I finally have the answer to the question I asked myself in the library that day. Who's the person who protects her heart with corporate firewalls, but soothes her soul with Elizabeth Bennet and Mr. Darcy? She's the woman who showed up at the hospital. She's the woman who held my sister's hand in a beige waiting room. She's the woman who signed the discharge papers, who argued with my insurance company with a ferocity that made the poor representative cry, and who then drove me home and made me soup. She's a fortress, yes, but she's a fortress who protects the people she loves. And somehow, impossibly, I am one of those people. I pick up the pencil. My hand is steady today. The slight tremor that was a souvenir from the surgery is almost gone. I begin to sketch, the charcoal whispering against the rough paper. I'm not trying to capture the CEO or the Ice Queen. I'm capturing the way the afternoon light catches in her hair, the intense, focused line of her brow as she reads, the soft, unconscious curve of her lips. I'm capturing my home. And just as I'm getting the shading on her cheekbone right, the sound of keys rattling in the front door breaks the quiet. A moment later, Leah breezes in, her arms full of grocery bags. I come bearing gifts and unsolicited opinions, she announces, dropping the bags on the kitchen island. And I see the patient is still being subjected to forced bed rest. It's called recovering, I say, not looking up from my drawing. And Ayessa said if I tried to carry anything heavier than a coffee mug, she'd change the Wi-Fi password. Leah laughs, unpacking a carton of orange juice. Smart woman. How's the head today? Quiet, I answer honestly. All quiet. Good. She lowers her voice. How's she? I look up then, my gaze drifting back to Ayessa, who is now looking over at us with a small, tolerant smile. She's happy, I say, the word feeling too small, too simple for the profound peace I see in her. She's here. And that, I realize, is all that has ever mattered. Ayessa's workday ends at 5 o'clock. Not 5:01. Not 6. 5. It's a boundary she's drawn in steel, and watching her close her laptop with a definitive click each day is one of my greatest joys. She walks over to me, her movements relaxed, and leans down to press a soft kiss to my temple, right over the scar. Done for the day, she murmurs. Good, I reply, because Leah is trying to poison me with soap-flavored herbs and I need a defender. It's called cilantro, you culinary coward, Leah calls from the kitchen. Ayessa laughs, the sound rich and easy. His opinions on flavor profiles are fundamentally compromised, she says to Leah. Disregard him completely. Then she looks at me. Traitor, I mouth. She just winks. The evening unfolds in an easy rhythm. The three of us cook together, a chaotic dance of chopping and sautéing, punctuated by a terrible soundtrack of 90s pop music that Leah insists on playing. The food is incredible. The company is better. After Leah leaves, a comfortable, intimate quiet settles over the apartment. A cool jazz record is spinning softly on the turntable, the sound of a lone saxophone filling the space. Ayessa is curled up next to me on the sofa, her head resting on my shoulder, her fingers idly tracing the veins on my arm. You're staring at me, she says, her voice a sleepy murmur. I'm conducting a performance review, I reply, my voice low. You're exceeding all my expectations. She lifts her head, a playful glint in her dark eyes. And what are your KPIs for a successful Tuesday night? Proximity, I whisper, leaning in to kiss her. Contentment. A distinct lack of spreadsheets. I kiss her again, deeper this time. You're getting a stellar review. Her hands slide up to cup my face, her touch infinitely tender. Good. Because you're my favorite investment. The playfulness in her tone is gone, replaced by a raw sincerity that makes my heart ache. I pick up the sketchbook from the coffee table and flip to the last page, the drawing I did of her this afternoon. Underneath, I've written a single line of text. I show it to her. All I want for Christmas. A soft, happy laugh escapes her. Spence, it's April. It's not about the season, I say, my voice a low, happy rumble. I set the book aside and pull her closer, my lips finding the sensitive skin of her neck. I've just learned that Christmas isn't a day. It's a feeling. It's this. I stand, pulling her gently to her feet. I lead her into the bedroom, the jazz music following us, a soft, seductive soundtrack. The city lights glitter outside our window, a million tiny stars in our private universe. There is no urgency, no desperation. The frantic, life-affirming passion of the hospital room has mellowed into something deeper, richer, and infinitely more profound. Things are getting pretty spicy again, but don't worry, you can get all the details from the unabridged version of this book, where YouTube can't tell us what we can and can't narrate, from VixAvaughnRomance.com. Get a special 40% off with code VIXA40 and enjoy this pleasure at a discount. Thanks for listening. Later, we lie tangled in the sheets, the jazz record having long since ended, leaving a peaceful silence in its wake. Her head is on my chest, her breathing a slow, steady rhythm against my ear. It's the same position we were in that first morning, but the universe has shifted. The crushing guilt is gone, replaced by a deep, quiet, unshakable peace. I watch her sleep, the moonlight soft on her face. The lie that brought us together was a raging, destructive fire. But from the ashes, we built this. Something real, something true, something that will last. And as I drift off to sleep, warm and safe in her arms, I know with every fiber of my being that this was not the end of the story. It was just the beginning.